New president of Didi Chuxing, the Chinese ride-hailing service, was also named a director. The appointments come as companies are also seeking to boost diversity on their boards, and as the luxury industry struggles to bounce back from the COVID-19 crisis, which shut stores in China and other key markets for weeks. Fewer foreign tourists could hurt Europe's fashion capitals of London, Paris, and Milan, while social distancing means photo fittings for bespoke suits. Difficult questions remain over how a global industry promising personalized services will adapt to a pandemic that's changing the way people interact and travel, possibly forever. Global sales of personal luxury goods reached a record high of $315 billion last year, according to Bain & Company, which now estimates sales could fall as much as 35% this year. I'm Andrew Roday, Bloomberg Radio.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE SIPC.
Global news.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
The Mini Electric was raring to go until ready, set, stop. We hit the power down switch. We waited. But now, it's time to start up again. We're ready with the Mini Electric and whole Mini range online. Showroom safety measures are set, and we're feeling good to go. Find your perfect Mini at mini.co.uk.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's 9:47 on Wall Street. Good morning, I'm John Tucker. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. Well, it looks like stocks kicking off the week in the red. Investors seem to be taking stock of rising virus case counts across the United States, with Arizona and California among the states posting accelerating data. The Dow right now 71 points lower. That's down 0.3%. We're at 25,795. The S&P 500 9 points lower, down 0.3. We're at 3,088. The Nasdaq Composite Index 11 points lower. That's down 0.1% at 99.35. Of the 11 industry groups in the S&P 500, only 2 are in the green: information technology and utilities. China also halted poultry imports from a Tyson plant hit by COVID-19, and that's a move that could jeopardize purchases as stipulated in the Phase 1 trade agreement. The 2-year yield, 0.18. The 10-year is down 1 basis point at 0.67%. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Paul Sweeney, Tom Keene. Here in the markets on a Monday, and there's lots to talk about. A good way to do this is to really frame up the second half view. publishing a second half view on Friday. The world stopped for it. It was Damien Sassower, Bloomberg Intelligence. Forget about the second half view, Damien. How have you survived the first half?
Amazingly so. I mean, emerging markets have come roaring back here in the last 2 months, Tom. I mean, I think emerging market dollar debt is now flat on the year after being down as much as 15% through the of March. So, emerging markets are weathering well, but, for me, the dollar's direction is everything, and it looks like all these calls we're seeing for continued bearishness in the dollar isn't unlikely to happen, in my opinion. I mean, look, I'm not about to tell you what the dollar's headed next,
right?
But all evidence points to the fact that we are seeing dollar weakness starting to roll over here, and I think that's something that most investors need to be mindful of.
Do you care what international equities do? Because the vast majority of our listeners were told buy international stocks. Well, that worked out. Did they have a good bounce back?
They did. I mean, look, but I think you have to look at the earnings outlook for a lot of these international companies. I mean, look, profits have shown improvement over developed markets recently, but that's unlikely to continue. As Europe and the U.S. kind of boost economic activity, I just think the advantage Asia's had so far this year is just going to fade. I mean, look, we have seen data out of South Korea overnight. Exports fell less than expected over the first 20 days this month. That's good. But the real big missing element here, Tom and Paul, is China. Where is China? Where is the liquidity infusion that we expect from China? Where is the liquidity backstop that they provided back in 2009 and 2016? And by the way, we have an election season coming up here in the U.S., and don't get me wrong, but I expect U.S.-China relations to be in focus there as well.
Exactly. So, Damien, we have had the dollar back off, somewhat here over the last couple weeks, and I, quite frankly, for months and months and months leading up to the pandemic, I kept asking FX strategists, what is the bear case for the dollar? What, in fact, has kind of pushed the dollar back here a little bit?
Well, I think it was yield differentials with, U.S. yields basically towing the zero boundary here. I mean, you had to find your carry somewhere, and there is still carry potential in emerging markets. I mean, just to give you a statistic here, of the 38 countries in the benchmark Bloomberg Barclays Global Aggregate Bond Index, 38 of them have an average weighting above 0.1%. The only ones with an average yield to worst in excess of 2%, there are 10 of them, they're all emerging markets. Only 3 have yields greater than 4%. That's Indonesia, Mexico, and Russia. So that's where you need to head if you need to get income, if you need to get carry from the perspective of an
Wait a minute. So you're telling our audience to find a 4% coupon in Russia?
Indeed I am. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is the ruble's been incredibly stable. Oil prices have bounced all the way back. And by the way, if you listen to the commodity strategist, Tom, I mean, I'm
Damien, he missed the trade.
But look, I think to your point, it was that reach for carry, that reach for yield that initially drove people to emerging markets for incremental income, but the yields have come off so fantastically in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
I just don't see what the benefit is anymore. I think there's too much risk there.
Precisely where I wanted to go. I bust his chops, folks, but he's brilliant. Damien, line up the risks of owning a Russian piece of paper now. Do you start with a ruble?
Well, I mean, the central bank, they just cut on Friday by a full percentage point. I mean, this is unbelievable. That just shows that inflation remains under control in Russia. And believe me, we all remember the hyperinflationary outlook in Russia, and it's sort of chronic over there. But, faced with the worst recession in more than a decade, the central bank is really slashing rates at an aggressive pace. That's good for bondholders, right? For sure. So long as the ruble remains stable. So that's the real key when you're looking at Russia. And look, the sanctions risk, quite frankly, is off the table as we approach election season. So that was a big overhang as well. So, Russia's again looking to be, a sort of a bright spot amongst its peers.
Paul, to be clear, he's talking about the Russian election, right? Not the U.S. election?
I'm not sure what Damien's talking about.
No. I'm talking about the U.S. election.
Yes.
I'm talking about the fact that the U.S. likes to slap sanctions on Russia every time they think we're interfering in an election.
All right, Damien, let's go a little closer to home down in South America here. We're just seeing some brutal COVID-19 data coming out of some of those countries down there. How are investors looking at kind of the Latin American EM?
Sure. So, you might see another rate cut by the Mexican Central Bank this week, taking it to 5%. That should be a good thing for foreign creditors who are holding peso-denominated debt. But you're absolutely right. Brazil's just slashed its rates to 2.25%. That's where the Fed was in September of last year, Paul. So, that's pretty low. And, most investors have looked to Brazil for that additional yield. There's no more yield there. None. So with all the political risk, you're right. With the bad data coming out on the COVID front, it just looks to be a very risky proposition at these levels.
Damien, thank you so much. Damien Sassower with Bloomberg Intelligence with a little bit of EM enthusiasm there. We love doing that. not every
Russian
day.
and Indonesian debt, Tom.
Indonesian debt. But what's interesting is, I just framed that as a 7, even a 9% coupon, and that's where we are, Paul.
Yeah, and as Damien says, week in, week out in Chapel, investors are searching for yield, and the yield is in emerging markets if you can get the proper hedges and take the proper risk.
The governor of the state of New York, the Empire State, we thank Catherine Hochul for speaking with us, his lieutenant governor. Mr. Cuomo out with a tweet. New York has 552 new coronavirus cases. That, Paul, gets your attention.
It does. You think about some of the numbers we were seeing back in March and really through April, and 552 is probably 552 more than we'd like to see. It's way, way, way down. Way down,
but, and again, I go back to what Dr. Frieden said today, which is his 3 W's. I can't remember what the other 2 are, but he led with wear a mask. It's a commonsensical thing. I did what you did, Paul. I went out to dine 2 days ago. Yep. I will go out here in 3 hours and dine to celebrate the opening of this great city. And, you sort of wear the mask and put it down while you eat. And they give me a straw for my martini. It works out through the
that's all you need, and that's the new normal. If that's the new normal, that's okay.
Good morning to Alan Ducasse. I will show up for his fine bistro work at Benoit today. We are produced by Richard Truman. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Have you wanted to speak a new language? Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
The Mini Electric was raring to go until ready, set, stop. We hit the power down switch. We waited. But now it's time to start up again. We're ready with the Mini Electric and whole Mini range online. Showroom safety measures are set, and we're feeling good to go. Find your perfect Mini at mini.co.uk.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing, so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
We're all in uncharted territory looking for ways to support our communities. At Dell Technologies, we're making sure small businesses have the right tech solutions. Dell Technologies advisors are here for you, helping small businesses stay connected and productive while working remotely with Windows 10 Pro and Microsoft Teams. We're standing by you every step of the way. Call us today on 0800 169 1745. That's 0800 169 1745.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
As the science and medical world continues to learn more about COVID-19, We're all learning how to best live with it. Because the news is always changing, TuneIn helps you make sure you're getting the latest information on the pandemic with live streams of CNN, MSNBC, BBC, and more. Plus, evidence-driven podcasts like Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction, and Podcast 19. For the latest stories and reports, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Stay close to College Hoops Conversation with College Basketball Talk podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Dowster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference. Nostalgic flashbacks to classic games and big picture discussions of the future of the sport.
Always knew was a legend, and you always knew was one of the great coaches because everyone always told you how great this coach was, but he never really reached point of either.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
How do you kind of view the volatility in the marketplace here?
The harshest downturn for American workers in history.
Companies across the board, across industries, really trying to shore up their balance sheets.
There's very, very disturbing dynamics at work.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's only so much that you can speed up vaccine development. Because of all the dislocations, there's always relative value trades that you could be doing.
This could be a U-shaped recession rather than a V-shaped recession.
It's the uncertainty, I think, that is really kooking everyone.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Monday morning from New York City and points beyond to our worldwide audience. Coming up, we're going to chat with Dan Skelly. He's the head of market research and strategy at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. We'll get his views on the market. Plus, we're going to take a look at how hedge funds are exploiting a weakness in the collateralized loan obligations market laid bare by corporate distress and how they're playing that market. But first, let's go to Greg Jarrett of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
Well, hello. Commonwealth Financial Network is our sponsor. For the sixth straight time, J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth number one in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms. Visit Commonwealth.com to learn more. Stocks are little changed after rising in the overnight session. Investors are weighing the strength of the economic recovery against the rising virus infection rates that have sparked some new temporary shutdowns all across not just the United States, but the world. Let's go ahead and check the markets now, as we do every 15 minutes. The S&P, as I say, is little changed, down just about 2 right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.1%, down 40. And the NASDAQ is up 0.2%, up 18. The 10-year is up 5/32, the yield 0.67%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is little changed at $39.76 a barrel, while COMEX gold's up 1.3% at $17.7650 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.83, the euro $1.12.43. And the British pound, $1.2424. Right now, we're checking General Electric, who plans to replace KPMG as its auditor following a series of high-profile financial stumbles, ending a relationship that stretches back over 100 years. The manufacturer picked Deloitte as its new independent auditor. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets is underway with Paul and Vonnie.
Well, thank you very much, Greg Jarrett. I just want to bring you some breaking news now out of the Supreme Court. Yet another decision this morning. Not too many mornings left for decision-making for the Supreme Court. But today the Supreme Court has narrowed the power of the SEC to recoup illegal gains. Narrowing the power of the SEC to recoup illegal gains. We'll dive into what that means in just a little bit. But first, we have to get to the markets because we're starting the week off on a little bit of an uppy, downy note, if you like. The NASDAQ is higher by 0.2%. Both other indices are lower. It's not the first time we've seen this. It won't be the last. Let's get to Dave Wilson to explain what's going on.
Uppy, downy. That's a new one on me, Bonnie. I got to tell you that much. You look at today's trading. I mean, it's kind of back and forth, as you're mentioning. I mean, you look at what's doing well today, and Netflix sort of jumps out. It's a bit higher, I mean, more than 2%, but you're talking about a 6th straight gain potentially if it's up at all today. And that would be its longest winning streak of the year, and it's trading at a record. I mean, it's consistent with what we've seen out of relatively fast-growing companies for some time, which explains why the NASDAQ is doing relatively well today and has done relatively well for the year when you consider that it's up. And, you look at the S&P 500 and the Dow Industrials, and you cannot say the same.
Then on the other side of the coin, we're used to seeing the travel stocks take hits, and there's more of that today. You've got American Airlines with the biggest decline in the S&P 500. They're raising $3.5 billion selling stocks, selling convertible debt, selling bonds secured by their gates and some of their routes. And you put it all together, the stock's down 4.4% as we speak. You see Tyson Foods lower by about 3% after China decided to suspend poultry imports from the company's plant in its headquarters city in Arkansas because of all the COVID-19 cases that are showing up among the workers there. So, a bit of back and forth, but not a whole lot of direction here. And especially as we get toward the end of the quarter, people looking ahead to second quarter results, you kind of wonder if there's going to be much motivation to do anything beyond just sort of looking at the daily coronavirus updates and so on.
Yeah, it seems that's exactly kind of where I wanted to go, Dave. It just feels like we're in a period here, a little bit of a data lull, which I guess is much appreciated given all the turmoil and all the data and news that investors have had to discount over the last several months that has been pushing these markets first down, 35%, and then coming back and retracing about 40% of those losses here. So, and again, as you mentioned, Dave, earnings aren't for several weeks here. So it just kind of seems like we're going to be in a little bit of a lull here. It's the summer. I wonder if the fiscal stimulus talk out of Washington, which is kind of faded to the background, is that something that could impact markets going forward?
Well, I mean, it could. It's just really a matter of what's going to happen on that score. And, the question is whether people are really going to feel motivated to do that. And that has been an issue sort of hanging around since we got the jobs report a couple of weeks back, that showed unemployment was down and, the number of jobs was up and people weren't expecting those kinds of numbers. So, you have to wonder if there's going to be much motivation on that score and if you can get an agreement from both sides on top of that. So, it's one more issue that's out there. Just like, as you mentioned, we're like 3 weeks away, really, from getting the first actual results for the second quarter. Now, clearly, if companies, are doing better or worse than people were expecting or that the companies themselves were expecting, we may hear a few of those, preliminary sort of figures, but, people are expecting a miserable second quarter. You look at the S&P 500 estimates that we've compiled here at Bloomberg, you're talking a 44% decline in profits. So,
and is that the trough, Dave? Is that expected to be? Is that expected to be the trough, Dave, in earnings?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, smaller declines in the third and the fourth quarter. Still, you're talking even out to the fourth quarter, 10% plus drop. Okay. So double digit for sure. And then you get to next year and people are expecting the rebound. So, of course, a lot of that depends on how, we see the coronavirus progress from here. I mean, you have to wonder how many people were anticipating the kind of tick up that we've seen in much of the country in terms of the number of cases. So, I mean, there are lots of, kind of back and forth sort of issues related to how the virus unfolds that could get in the way of this anticipation that you are going to get a profit recovery here.
And then there's so much supply in fixed income markets. American Airlines going to market with $2 billion worth of junk today, $3.5 billion overall. The other airlines, more than that. How is there still demand for equities with all of this in the background? And I do want to point to Bill Dudley writing today, about the Fed's balance sheet expanding so rapidly. He wonders, will runaway inflation be the inevitable consequence?
In a sense, you kind of answer your own question to some extent, because think about what's the Fed doing now? They're buying corporate bonds. I mean, so they are part of the reason, to the extent that you're dealing with investment grade companies, at least, why it is that, businesses can go out and borrow. Now, that's not necessarily American Airlines, mind you, but, it does kind of influence what's happening in the market. And to the extent, too, that you've got yields relatively low by historical terms. When you look at a 10-year Treasury at the moment below 0.7% for yield, I mean, you can understand why people would want to go out a little more, take some credit risk, and go ahead and buy corporate debt, especially when you talk about the likes of American, where there's plenty of yield to be had. I mean, it's not just them either. Carnival's looking to borrow money at this point, the cruise line. So, there's a whole lot more of that potentially to come as companies figure out how to make sure they have enough cash to keep going as their business tries to recover.
Dave Wilson, thank you. Always very expressive on a Monday morning to tell us what we should be looking out for the week, preparing us for the entire week's trading. In fact, that is at the One Dave on Twitter, Dave Wilson, or N.I. Wilson on your Bloomberg. And Paul, it is very interesting, the Supreme Court narrowing the power of the SEC to recoup illegal gains. That was the decision that came out of the Supreme Court this morning, the ruling. A partial victory for a California couple ordered to pay $27 million after having been found to defraud investors. The justices said the SEC can win disgorgement in federal court if the money can be used to reimburse defrauded investors and is capped at the wrongdoers' net profits. So it really sort of puts the curb on one of the most potent legal weapons the SEC has, and that's recouping profits that came from illegal activities. Let's get now to some world and national news. Our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. and Nathan Hager.
Bonnie, there are more signs the coronavirus is accelerating, even as New York City and states across the country move ahead with reopening. About half of U.S. states and territories have seen increases in their 7-day averages of new cases. White House trade advisor Peter Navarro tells CNN State of the Union the Trump administration is preparing for a possible second wave of infection.
We are filling the stockpile in anticipation of a possible problem in the fall. We're doing everything we can beneath the surface, working as hard as we possibly can.
White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow tells CNBC this morning, quote, there is no second wave coming. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton's media blitz continues before his tell-all memoir, The Room Where It Happens, officially comes out tomorrow.
I think it's important that the American people have these facts as they consider what to do in November and as we look at our history and see Trump for what I hope history will record it to be, an aberration.
Bolton tells ABC's Good Morning America he doesn't plan to vote for President Trump or Joe Biden in November. He says he'll come up with a conservative Republican to write in. President Trump is urging congressional Republicans to oppose a police reform bill that's up for a vote in the House this week. The Democratic measure includes bans on racial profiling, chokeholds, and no-knock warrants, as well as a mandate for dashboard and body camera use. In a tweet this morning, the president said the bill would, quote, destroy our police, end quote. Senate Republicans are moving with their own measure. Congressional Black Caucus Chair Karen Bass tells MSNBC that bill would take the teeth out of the legislation. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Market upheavals.
The narrative is driven by uncertainty about the virus.
Political reversals.
It's not clear that some of the Republicans up on the Hill are agreed with the Republican White House.
Economic shifts.
The macro clearly being driven by the coronavirus outbreak.
Everything seems to be in motion.
Will it also mean a global recession in your view now?
But here, you're on solid ground.
Looking forward to guiding you through all of this.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The best of Bloomberg Business.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
I was offered one. Were you?
Yeah, I was offered one too.
1 2 1 2. I was offered one.
I was offered one.
Don't take our word for it. 9 out of 10 people said they were offered a great value deal with O2. Get yours today, in-store, online or by phone.
I was offered one too. O2 Retail Exit Survey 309 of 348 agreed with the statement. O2 offered me a great value deal. For full verification, see o2.co.uk/terms.
Listen, that's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
When you're buying tech online and you want to make sure you get exactly what you need, would you rather talk to a computer or to someone called Colin or Priya or Lewis or Zoe or one of our other tech experts on Shop Live, Curry's PC World's online video call experience?
Hey, it's Ali. Can I give you a hand?
Isn't it nice to get expert advice from another human being before you buy? They're just a click away. Curry's PC World. Talk to our tech experts online with Shop Live.
TfL has a plan to help London reopen carefully, safely and sustainably. The Central London Congestion Charge, Ultra Low Emission Zone Daily Charge and the London-wide Low Emission Zone Charge are back in operation to help reduce congestion and pollution. The Daily Congestion Charge has now increased to £15 and operates from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. NHS Trust and care home workers can claim reimbursements. For more information, search TfL Driving. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million Lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Get your cook on with Asda. With rollbacks on Hellman's Real Mayonnaise, 705 grams was £2.75, now £2. And a 6-pack of Warburton Sandwich Thins was £1, now 75p. Wham bam, add your lunchtime ham. Find thousands of rollbacks across our stores. Asda. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Offers end 1st of July.
From all of us at Thames Water, thank you for supporting our key workers. As the weather warms up, demand for our water is growing, so we need your help more than ever. From taking shorter showers to turning off your sprinklers, you can make every drop count, inside and outside your home, to keep taps flowing in your community. Just don't forget to keep washing your hands regularly in line with government advice. Be an H2O hero. Find out how at thameswater.co.uk/watersmart.
Breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The S&P dips its toe in the green. It advanced almost 2% last week. Futures are up. The contracts had tumbled on Friday after the cash close. Moves not reflected in the underlying index until today. The NASDAQ tech heavy indices are moving up as well. We check those numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P is actually up 0.25%, now up 7. The Dow's up 0.2%, up 56, and the NASDAQ's up 0.4%, up 39. The 10-year is up 5/30 seconds. The yield is 0.67%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.2% at $39.83 a barrel, while COMEX gold is up 1.4% at $17.7760 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.80. The euro is $1.12.46, and the British pound $1.24.38. UBS Group may never bring all of its employees back to the office in a post-COVID-19 environment. CEO Sabine Keller-Bus says as many as a third of its employees could work remotely on a permanent basis. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, as you know, it's been quite the volatile few months. Markets underwritten by central banks around the world and plenty demand for dollars. Let's bring in somebody who knows a little bit about how to put together a portfolio and what to do maybe in an era of such volatility. Dan Skelly is Head of Market Research and Strategy of Wealth Management at Morgan Stanley. Dan, thanks for joining. You obviously have plenty of clients that are probably calling you and saying, what do we do? Where do we put our money to work? What asset classes could benefit us here? What do you say to them?
Yeah, good morning, Bonnie, and thank you so much for having me on your show this morning. So, look, we're getting called and we're getting Zoomed, of course, now by clients. So we're telling them a couple things. Number one, we're saying that you've seen the big crash and the big euphoric rally back, and the big news, the big fireworks are over for now. We think the market's likely to consolidate into a range the next 3 to 6 months as the market starts to consider some other factors, including what's the rate of change on the reopening. Amid the reopening, what does the virus flare-ups look like? At the same time, you're going to start to hear more positive progress or potential headlines around vaccines, antiviral therapies. And so the market's really juggling a lot of factors, both to the upside and the downside. And in some, we think that keeps the market rather consolidated, at least for the next 3 to 6 months. But we do think going into next year, and you've heard Morgan Stanley talk about this extensively now for 3 months, we do think the overarching theme is a V-shaped economic recovery going into next year.
All right, Dan, so the V-shaped recovery going into next year, that's, at one point that was kind of, I would call it consensus initially, and then that seemed to fade here as the depths of the pandemic and the economic data started coming out. People are saying, I don't think that V is going to happen. Now it seems to be coming back a little bit. What's the kind of the 2 or 3 drivers for you to say a V-shaped recovery?
Sure. It's an excellent question. And it's one I would just highlight. We've really reiterated throughout, despite potentially, changing sentiments among the consensus. So what's driving the V-shaped recovery? It's really the size and the scope and the speed of policy. So when you look at fiscal and monetary policy combined, we've already executed around a level around 50%, 50, of U.S. GDP, which we all know it far exceeds any historical stimulus measures in any cycle ever. So that's number one. Number two, we think that the speed of the policy response has been incredibly notable. Why? Because when you look at precedents like 2008, it took the Fed and it took Congress months to put together the emergency playbooks they executed back then. And that unfortunately allowed the credit cycle to deepen. And so what's really different this time is that the policymakers acted immediately. And the fact was the epicenter of the crisis was health. So it's a completely bipartisan related epicenter and something everyone could band together around. And I think that's really crucial, right? Because it prevented a health/economic crisis from morphing into a financial crisis. So the second part of the policy V-shaped impact is truly seeing the credit markets and some of the liquidity in the markets functioning, companies accessing capital markets very efficiently, as you've seen. And I guess I would say the last part, right, is we all know we are a consumer-led economy. And when you look at the initial reaction from consumers who are just starting to reopen and resume normal activities, we saw the retail sales upside surprise recently. We heard a very positive housing and mortgage update at our Morgan Stanley Financials Conference recently. We think the consumer is going to come back particularly strong given the pent-up demand, and that all informs the V-shaped scenario.
Dan, what proportion of the people you speak with, both clients and colleagues, are concerned about inflation?
Very, very few. So it's something we don't hear often, either from our institutional clients. We're the largest prime broker in the world. We don't hear it very often from our wealth management clients, perhaps sporadically for the wealth management clients who are particularly, from business owning backgrounds, et cetera, who are, they're very focused on the deficit as an example, and that makes sense. But in terms of the overall fears or concerns around inflation, I would say it's very limited. And I think that's another point Morgan Stanley has made in terms of an upside surprise, having that policy response, that continuation in policy, particularly on the fiscal side. We do expect a re-up of a fiscal upwards of $1 trillion when some of the benefits expire July month end. We also would highlight, again, the consumer demand, the recovery in commodity markets. We've seen tremendous capital expenditure declines in oil, given everything that's happening there. Now we've obviously seen a pickup in driving. Well, I'm sure we'll see eventually a pickup in more airline-related transportation fuel demand. That will take longer, obviously, but it'll happen. And thus, you're going to see an upward bias towards commodity prices. And then last but not least, what happens with China, right? This is really an enormous question mark in terms of capital moving around the world supply chains. And to the extent we have supply chain reshoring, that's potentially another source of inflation down the road.
Hey, Dan, thanks so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your thoughts. We covered a lot of ground there. Dan Skelly, head of equity market model portfolios and market strategy at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. They have about $2.5 trillion under management, so they get to see a lot of the market, giving us his thoughts there. And Vonnie, I think that the key thing is there, Morgan Stanley holding to that V-shaped recovery.
Yeah, and I'm really fascinated that not more people are just floating the idea of potential inflation, and perhaps it's because of Bill Dudley's op-ed in Bloomberg Opinion put it in my mind today, but there is a huge balance sheet out there, and you have to wonder how long it will be before people do start to be concerned about inflation.
Yeah, you think about a $10 trillion balance sheet, just extraordinary. We were below $4 billion just several months ago. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks have been fluctuating and are now slightly higher, with the Dow rising 40 points. There are increasing signs that the virus is continuing to rapidly spread as governments work to reopen their economies. American Airlines is planning to raise $3.5 million in new financing. The airline has previously relied on federal aid for cash. While carriers have resumed some of the flights that have been slashed, a full recovery is expected to take years. Canned meat is having a moment. In the U.S., sales surged more than 70% in the 15 weeks ending in June. At first, people were loading up on pantry staples. Then shortages of some fresh meat supplies also helped to drive sales. Now the economic downturn is underpinning demand. And Disney has stopped offering 1-week free trials for its Disney Plus streaming service in the U.S. It's a latest sign that the product is off to a strong start. The service is $7 a month. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision-makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
How long? How much?
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
At Honda, we believe in our ears. Listening can help solve some of life's biggest conundrums. For example, if a car breaks down and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? The answer is yes. The new Jazz Hybrid will pinpoint your location automatically and send for help at the tap of a button. And with its personal assistant, you can find the answers to other conundrums like, where is a good vegan gluten-free pizza place with free parking? The new Honda Jazz. Hybrid and connected. Honda. The power of dreams. Connectivity subscription available on selected grades.
I was offered one.
I was offered one. Were you?
Yeah, I was offered one too.
1 2 1 2. I was offered one.
I was offered one.
Don't take our word for it. 9 out of 10 people said they were offered a great value deal with O2. Get yours today, in-store, online, or by phone.
I was offered one too. O2 Retail Exit Survey 309 of 348 agreed with the statement. O2 offered me a great value deal. For full verification, see o2.co.uk/terms.
There's a reason flash storage is called flash storage and not electronic non-volatile computer memory storage. From quick and efficient data retrieval to instant scalability, everything about IBM flash storage is fast. It's also cloud-ready and surprisingly affordable, with a recommended monthly price of £310 for 24 terabytes of all flash. Order by the 30th of June and pay nothing for 90 days. Find out more at ibm.biz/flash offer.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
It is time for us to get a Bloomberg Business Flash now. Let's get to Greg Jarrett.
Well, stocks are pushing higher, Bonnie, as investors bet on the strength of the economic recovery in spite of rising infection rates that have been sparking new temporary shutdowns just about everywhere you look. Let's take a look at the markets right now. S&P is up 0.1%, up 4. Dow's little changed, up 8, and the NASDAQ is up 0.4%, up 37. The 10-year is up 5/32 with a yield of 0.67%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.1% at $39.79 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 1.25% at $17.7450 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.84. The euro is $1.1252, and the British pound $1.2443. Supreme Court left intact President Donald Trump's 25% tariffs on imported steel products, rejecting an industry trade group challenge that sought to strip the president of a powerful legal tool for imposing duties. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
Fascinating article out on the Bloomberg terminal today entitled Hedge Funds Exploit CLO Collateralized Loan Obligations Weakness Laid Bare by the Corporate Distress. Hedge funds looking to profit there. That's done by Lisa Lee and Sally Bakewell from Bloomberg News. We welcome Lisa Lee right now. She joins us. She's a leverage finance reporter for Bloomberg. So, Lisa, tell us what's going on in the CLO market. What are the hedge funds trying to accomplish here?
Well, CLOs are structured vehicles, and they have a lot of limitations on what they can buy and what they can do. And one of the main restrictions is that they can't, what kind of distressed asset they can buy and what they can do in restructurings and bankruptcies. And as the default cycle is really spiking up because of COVID, hedge funds they're an easy mark, and hedge funds are going after them. So they're deliberately structuring deals where they said, okay, if we do a deal in which CLOs can't participate and they have to be forced out, we can make more money. And that's increasingly happening. And to the extent that CLO watchers are saying, watch out, your recovery levels and how much money you can give back to investors is going to be impacted.
It's fascinating, Lisa, because the last time we really sort of thought about CLOs, it was during the Great Financial Crisis. Yep. They really became a familiar sort of a product for a lot of people, built from leverage loans, sub-investment grade. How are the CLOs that are being marketed now different from the ones that were being marketed then?
Yeah, so what's really truly different about them is that Volcker Rule was implemented to stop banks from taking a lot of risks and buying securitized deals that have a lot of risky stuff like bonds and so forth. They don't impact CLOs in and of themselves, but because banks are one of the biggest investors in CLOs morph themselves and put their own restriction on themselves so they can attract banks. So their documentation, they voluntarily said, okay, we won't inject new equity into a bankruptcy deal. We won't purchase bonds. We won't get warrants. And these are all things that when you're doing a restructuring or bankruptcy helps you navigate and fight other investors and recover value. And so that's what the big changes happen. It's the Volcker Rule.
So, Lisa, who are some of the big hedge funds that are playing in this market?
Well, there are hedge funds, all the distressed hedge funds, for instance, Elliott and Oaktree, they're definitely playing in the market. Right. Now, whether they're intentionally taking advantage of CLOs or in some instances, this is the best route for a company. For the CLO market, it doesn't matter as much because they can't fight back and fight for their own interests. Because what usually happens is that they start out being the biggest group of lenders. But by the time a company goes distressed, they oftentimes sell out because there's a lot of incentive for CLOs to try to get out of distressed loans. So by the time they're in bankruptcy and fighting it out and duking it out with hedge funds, they're a smaller group and then they have less leeway to really push back and get good economics.
We saw a lot of money being raised for new distress funds recently, given the amount of distress that was going to be out there in the turn in the cycle. Are we seeing anything like that with CLOs?
Oh, definitely. CLOs are raising funds to buy CLOs that are distressed, not so much to buy distressed loans or distressed debt, to buy CLO bonds that are becoming distressed because of these issues, because CLOs have been weaker than the rest of the risk market, because everyone knows that these are issues that they have, and the default cycle really all the downgrades the rating companies have done on the loans has made CLO bonds weaker than relative to other assets.
So, Lisa, is this a trend that appears to be gaining momentum here? Is this something that as this cycle kind of plays out here, maybe we form a bottom here of the economy, that this plays out for the next several months, maybe next several quarters?
Oh, yes, definitely something that we will start to see more and more of in the next quarter. But it's just something that's happening because we really hadn't had a real full-blown default cycle yet. And now distressed investors have a roadmap. They've seen what others have done. They see that they can make more money by trying to structure a deal. So the expectation is that this will happen more. And CLOs are trying to fight back. They are trying to change their documentation. Perhaps they adjusted to Volcker in a too strict a manner, and there's a good chance that Volcker might be repelled or at least eased so that CLOs can purchase more of these kind of assets like DIPs and put equity in. But even if Volcker is changed and they can do these things, it takes a very long time to change all the documentation. So for a long time yet, they're going to be sort of punched around.
Very briefly, Lisa, are there any dangers here? Are there any sort of potential pitfalls for anyone involved in this market, or any systemic problems that might, emerge because of all of this?
Oh, definitely. Regulators have been highlighting CLOs as a risk area. And there's been a really heated debate whether there's any systemic risk or not. The current administration and regulators say that there isn't, but there are others who are very much worried. And this would definitely have a big impact on it because the way CLOs, if they do blow up, it'll be because they have higher defaults and lower recoveries than they've ever had before. And definitely this trend suggests that CLO recovery will be lower than even leveraged loan recovery, which people have already expected to be much lower than historical.
Lisa, thank you so much for putting that all into layman's terms for us as well. That's Lisa Lee. She co-authored, along with Sally Bakewell, a story entitled Hedge Funds Exploit CLO Weakness Laid Bare by Corporate Distress. It is a great read and very likely a roadmap for the next few months, particularly in the CLO distress market. And of course, Paul, this is just one of many stories, the likes of Elliott and some of these hedge funds really just licking their chops because of the amount of availability of these CLOs and distressed debt.
And they've certainly raised a lot of capital to try to capitalize on this.
Exactly. All right, let's get some world and national news now. For that, let's head to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. and Nathan Hager.
Bonnie, the World Health Organization reported more than 183,000 new COVID-19 cases yesterday. That was the biggest one-day increase since the pandemic began. About half of U.S. states have seen increases in their 7-day averages. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now says it's not just because of increased testing.
Increasing or being flat, the number of people testing positive is accelerating faster than that. And so, that's evidence that there's transmission within those communities, particularly the 20s and 30s.
This morning, Florida reported another 3% increase in cases. That was below the previous 7-day average. President Trump's campaign is facing a reckoning after his effort to jumpstart it in Tulsa over the weekend fell well short of expectations. Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli reports 2 narratives are emerging to explain that half-full arena.
Democrats saying that the president had a failed restart to an already embattled presidential campaign, and Republicans saying that because of the rumored riots that were going to happen in Tulsa, many folks were saying that they did not, in fact, want to attend.
White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany says the president is, quote, not angry at all about the turnout. It was a violent Father's Day weekend in much of the country. An early morning shooting in Charlotte, North Carolina left 2 dead and 7 others wounded. Police say it was at an impromptu block party. In Minneapolis, 1 man was killed, 11 wounded in a shooting early yesterday morning in the city's trendy Uptown neighborhood. Chicago saw 14 people killed, including 5 children, in a wave of shootings. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Jenny Liss, Jewish communal leader and philanthropist, talks about why she chose the Jewish Communal Fund for her family's charitable giving.
For a lot of people, it would be the convenience factor. I don't have to track anything.
If charitable giving is an important part of your life, JCF can help you organize your philanthropy with our donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a minimum tax-deductible contribution of $5,000. Make grants to your favorite charities, and JCF handles all the administration and reporting.
At the year end, our board awards community grants from fees and endowment income to UJ's annual campaign. We also make gifts to specific organizations, the elderly, Holocaust survivors, the hungry. The fact that we come together as a community at the end of the year to build community, that's what makes us different.
Get better at giving back. To find out more about JCF's impact, visit jcfny.org and download the Giving Report. JCF, we have a gift for giving.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
The Mini Electric was raring to go until ready, set, stop. We hit the power down switch. We waited. But now it's time to start up again. We're ready with the Mini Electric and whole Mini range online. Showroom safety measures are set and we're feeling good to go. Find your perfect Mini at mini.co.uk.
When you're buying tech online and you want to make sure you get exactly what you need, would you rather talk to a robot or to someone called Robert or Jack or Miguel or Haley or one of our other tech experts on Shop Live, Curry's PC World's online video call experience?
Hi, I'm Ali. How can I help?
Isn't it nice to get expert advice from another human being before you buy? They're just a click away. Curry's PC World. Talk to our tech experts online with Shop Live.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Get your cook on with Asda. With rollbacks on Hellman's Real Mayonnaise, 705 grams was £2.75, now £2. And a 6-pack of Warburton Sandwich Thins was £1, now 75p. Wham bam, add your lunchtime ham. Find thousands of rollbacks across our stores. Asda. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Offers end 1st of July.
Okay, here we go.
With the NFL Draft in the books and the schedule set, check out a TuneIn podcast for daily updates on the lead up to the 2020 season. Like the Ringer NFL Show, where a rotating cast of Ringer experts talk with players, coaches, and special guests about the NFL landscape.
A lot of the other teams that we consider...
Or ESPN's NFL Live.
If there are some delays because of the COVID-19...
Search sports on TuneIn to explore these pods and much more. How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where a rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The S&P edged into positive territory after advancing almost 2% last week, while futures went up. The contracts had tumbled on Friday after the cash close. Moves not reflected in the underlying index until today. The NASDAQ tech-heavy indices rose for a 7th day. Let's take a look at those numbers. Right now, the S&P is up 0.1% up 2. The Dow is little change, down 12, and the NASDAQ is up 0.5%, up 44. The 10-year is up 4/30 seconds. The yield 0.68%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 0.2% at 39.82 per barrel. COMEX gold's up 1.1% at 17.72 even per ounce. The dollar yen 106.86. The euro's $1.1260, and the British pound $1.2447. U.S. sales of previously owned homes dropped in May by more than forecast to the lowest level since October of 2010 as the coronavirus pandemic sent demand skidding along with the rest of the economy. Closing transactions decreased 9.7% from last month to an annualized pace of 3.91 million. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
And it is 10:48 on Wall Street. Time to check in with Bloomberg Opinion. We're joined now by Bloomberg Opinion columnist Neil Ferguson. He's also senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, noted historian, of course, and author of many, many books, from The Ascent of Money to The House of Rothschild to much, much more. Neil, thanks for joining. Your latest column, America is on the road, but whether it's on the road to relapse or recovery is the question. What say you?
Well, maybe both. That's to say, we can see really a rapid recovery, not only in some of the obvious numbers like the unemployment rate or retail sales, but actually mobility data, which are a great high-frequency tracker of what's happening in the country. And you can see that just looking at, say, the Google data on trips to retail and recreation destinations, they're on track to be back normal by around July 10th or 11th. And at the same time, what we're seeing is significant increases in case numbers, not nationwide, but in particular regions, the South, for example, some Western states. And so we got both relatively rapid, if not V-shaped recovery. And also, and of course there's a relationship, you're getting this increase in case numbers, positive tests and hospitalizations, especially in states like Arizona, Florida and Texas. It seems to look like you've got a second wave of COVID-19 in those states. And that's the problem, I think, that we're seeing in the U.S. today. We're rapidly recovering economically, but without social distancing, without mask wearing, people are being somewhat reckless by comparison with their European counterpart, and that's driving COVID-19 case numbers back up.
Neil, to what extent has the COVID virus and the response to it at the state level and the reopening strategies at the state level, to what extent has that become politicized, i.e. the more conservative states and regions of the country perhaps taking a less stringent COVID response than maybe some of the more democratic or liberal regions of the country?
It's highly politicized, more than I think in any other country that I've studied. Attitudes towards the pandemic itself vary substantially across party lines. If you look at civics data, Democrats are still really worried about COVID-19 in their area, and Republicans really aren't. You look at the different strategies states have adopted. Speaking blue states, slower to reopen, using tougher lockdowns all along, and red states, less intense lockdowns, earlier reopening. And so what that translates into is a really striking feature, a really striking divergence in not only economic recovery, but this second wave problem. Now, there's a slightly confounding factor here, which some epidemiologists have been commenting on in the last 24 hours, that part of what makes COVID-19 spread a lot is air conditioning, it seems. And so in states that are hotter, like Arizona, where people actually don't want to be outside because it's so hot, same is true in parts of Texas, obviously, and Florida, aircon use has gone up in the last couple of months. And so because of the correlation between red states and hot states, it's not just a partisan divide that's driving a second wave in red states. It's also the fact that they're hot states.
Yeah, and I will say our Brooke Sutherland had a great column on that the other day. Neil, talk to us about the different approaches to reopening around the world, because obviously, countries can't stay closed forever, and you have Italy, which was extraordinarily badly hit, reopening, and I'm sure they were terrified, but they did it. You've the likes of Sweden, which didn't take the same approach whatsoever and is having sort of different problems now. Is there a model that's maybe the perfect model?
Well, there are certainly better models than the one that the U.S. is adopting, which my colleague at Hoover, John Cochran, called the dumb reopening, where you just go back to normal without social distancing, really, and without mask wearing. If you go all the way to East Asia, where the pandemic struck first, the role models are Taiwan and South Korea, which really pioneered early testing and contact tracing, didn't have to do full lockdowns, and in fact, in the case of Taiwan, have had minimal COVID-19 fatalities. Europe lies somewhere in the middle, and it is a varied picture because you've had pretty disastrous experiences in Italy and Spain and Belgium, whereas in Germany, and also interestingly in Greece, they quickly cottoned on to the need for testing and contact tracing. And I think if you look at the European states that have reopened the soonest, and that would include Germany, Austria, Denmark, as well as Switzerland, there's no sign at this point of second waves in those countries, not in case numbers and certainly not in mortality. It's all about jumping on these super spreader events, because COVID-19 is spread by a relative minority of people who give it to a lot of people. Like 20% of infected people are responsible for 80% of infections. If you're doing testing and contact tracing, you can get those super spreaders or stop the super spreader events from happening. If you don't do testing and contact tracing in a systematic way, which is the American route that we're going down, it's basically playing whack-a-mole with the blindfold on, and if you've ever tried that, you'll find that you miss a lot of mold.
Ken, at the beginning of this whole issue here, this whole process of dealing with the pandemic, I was surprised there wasn't a federal response. It was more of a state-by-state response, and we became accustomed to hearing Governor Cuomo from the state of New York giving the daily update. Should I have expected a federal response?
Well, historically, because it's a federal system which devolves a lot of responsibility to states and indeed municipalities, the answer to that question is no, really, because in all the previous pandemics, whether you look at the big influenza of 1918 or the other influenza pandemic of 57, 58, it was essentially a decentralized story where states and municipalities took their own decisions about how strictly to limit public gatherings. So this is certainly not an unprecedented story. I do think that the federal government has a role to play, though, and I don't think it played that role very brilliantly. This is usually blamed on President Trump, I think, to excess by the media. Clearly, his judgment wasn't fantastic, and indeed on some issues it was downright crazy. But if you look at what was going on at the level of the Department of Health and Human Services and look down at CDC, there was a pretty serious public health failure at the federal level. Testing, far from being ramped up, actually was held back by CDC. And I do think there's a lot of questions still to be asked about why it was that HHS generally failed to at least communicate effectively to the states what they needed to do. So, no, I think there was a failure at the federal level, even in this system that is relatively decentralized.
Neil, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your insight. Neil Ferguson, he's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, also a Bloomberg opinion columnist based out there in beautiful Palo Alto, California, one of the greatest, most beautiful places in the U.S., in my opinion. Looking at the markets here, it's kind of a mixed market. We've got the S&P off a couple of points, Dow off 50 points, yet that NASDAQ, you just can't keep a good tech stock down. NASDAQ is up. We'll bring you more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
At Harfords, we're here to get you where you want to be. We fit car tyres for over 500,000 customers every year. We could fit yours at one of over 350 garages, or even on your driveway with our mobile experts, which means you can safely hit the road again and surprise that special someone. Happy birthday! From tyre fittings to MOTs, there really is no job too big or too small. Halfords, for life's journeys.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Unpredictability. It's just part of life when you're living with a health condition. What you feel like you can do can change day to day, and that's okay. 15 of the UK's leading health charities have come together to support people with health conditions in finding ways to move more in whatever way works for you. It's the fact that we get moving that makes us feel undefeatable. For ways to move more, search We Are Undefeatable.
Enjoy peace of mind with Ford. Relax and think about 3 months deferred payment on a new vehicle. Visualize an additional 3 months cash back. Breathe deeply and let 0% APR representative on selected vehicles wash over you. That's peace of mind from Ford. Current promotion ends 30th of June. Search Ford Peace of Mind for details.
Only available with Ford credit on selected finance plans. Exclusions and deposit restrictions may apply.
Today at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
Will technology lead us out of this crisis?
We don't know how many companies can accept people back on their roster.
The Fed seems to have really flexed its muscles.
There's still a coronavirus risk.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
To wring out that buy the dip mentality, that takes time.
Are we looking at a more damaging break in the labor market? Does the shape of the yield curve matter? We're looking at late 2021, early 2022, where it really feels quote-unquote normal.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
This hour, looking forward to conversations with Jim Anderson, CEO of Social Flow. We're going to ask him, how did teens on TikTok manage to derail President Trump's rally attendance the other night? First, let's kick off this hour now with the Bloomberg Business Flash and Greg Jarrett.
Small gains, small losses. That's the story of the day, Bonnie. We check the markets every 15 minutes. The S&P's down 0.25%, down 8. Dow's down 0.4%, down 100. The NASDAQ is currently little changed, up 7. The 10-year is up 4/32, the yield 0.67%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 0.1% at 39.79 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.6% at 1763.20 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.89. The euro $1.12.49, and the British pound $1.24.46. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Now we continue with Bloomberg Markets. Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much. We appreciate that. A very quiet trading session is how I'll characterize it today. And speaking for myself, I will take that, given all the volatility we've dealt with over the last several months. To get a sense of what's going on in the world in small and mid-cap stocks, we welcome Bloomberg Stocks editor Dave Wilson. Dave, what are you looking at this morning?
Bigger declines for smaller companies. In short, the Russell 2000 index down 0.6%, and the S&P 500 is only lower by 0.2%. The Russell's steepest drop belongs to Hertz Global Holdings, whose ticker is HTZ. The bankrupt rental car company has lost 19%. Hertz fell last week by 39% after scrapping a proposed $500 million share sale that drew objections from U.S. regulators. And Livent, ticker LTHM, has declined 17.5%. The lithium producer selling $225 million in convertible green notes privately to refinance debt on environmental projects. And the Russell's biggest gain belongs to Ideanomics, ticker IDEX. The electric vehicle maker has advanced 49.5% after the Chinese city of Nanjing placed an order valued at $3.2 million. And Invitae, ticker NVTA, has risen 45.5%. The genetic analysis company agreed to buy a cancer test maker, ArcherDX, for $1.4 billion in cash and stock. Now, ArcherDX had filed to go public before the deal was reached.
Dave, you always bring us all of the stories of the day. Thank you for that. The RTY index is down 0.6% right now. Russell 2000 companies, both lower and higher, but obviously the preponderance are lower today. Now, we have a very interesting interview for you. This as travel begins to ramp up just ever so slowly again. Delta, for example, saying that it was going to restart flights to China via Seoul this week. It's only going to be once a week, and then July it'll be twice a week. But we are seeing just very small green shoots of travel starting up. Brian Chesky is Airbnb's CEO. He is discussing with Bloomberg here now why travel as we know it will never actually be the same.
None of us were prepared for really a once-in-a-century crisis. Our industry, travel, has described COVID as big as 9/11 in 2008 many times over, something more akin to World War II. And when that happened, it felt like I was working on our S1. We were going to file it March 31, and it felt like 12 years of success and, had all these things and life was great. And suddenly you build something in 12 weeks and you lose most of it in 4 weeks. I can't quite describe what that feels like. And it just felt like everything in the company broke. I felt like a captain of a ship and a torpedo just hit.
Still, and in many cases, people didn't want to travel or they couldn't travel legally. It was illegal to rent an Airbnb. What was the lowest point for you? The darkest hour?
There were so many dark hours. That's the old quote attributed to Winston Churchill. If you're going through hell, just keep going. And man, I will tell you, the first dark moment was when we had about $1 billion of cancellations from guests.
You also had to cut 25% of the company, and you gave, an incredibly generous severance package. Your note to the team, I could feel the pain in there. Talk to me about going through that process, cutting 25% of your staff.
It was the saddest thing I've ever done in my life, at least professionally. And we weren't sure if we'd have to do a layoff. And we had to face the hard truth that travel, we did not know when it was going to return. And we knew that when travel returned, it would be different. It would never be the same.
You don't think travel will ever be the same? What does travel look like?
Well, I don't know for sure, but here's what I'll say. Travel will be back, but it will look different.
What trends are you seeing in Europe and Asia versus the United States?
So the United States has been very, very strong. It's again, I want to clarify. We cannot declare recovery anywhere because we don't yet know where it's pent up demand in temporary or sustainable recovery. But we've seen a temporary recovery in the United States. Europe, most of Europe, we've seen a recovery, a temporary recovery, other than the United Kingdom. United Kingdom, I think, is still locked down until July 1. But France, Germany, Italy, Spain, you're seeing really strong growth. Latin America is not recovered, and Asia is starting to recover, but not yet recovered. So North America and Europe are extremely strong. Latin America, Asia, kind of a bit behind.
How much do you think getting back to normal depends on a vaccine, or even then, things are going to be different?
Travel as you knew it is over. You're never, ever going to see it again. I'll just say that right there. Travel as we knew it from Valentine's Day and before is over. It's gone. It doesn't mean travel's gone, but that travel's gone. And nobody knows quite what it's going to be because it's really up to the industry to invent the way forward. But again, I think business travel is really, really going to be hit for a while. I think a lot of people are realizing they can do meetings on Zoom. They're rethinking a lot of the conventions and conferences. People are going to rediscover the outdoors. For example, there's 400 national parks in the country. Most Americans have never been to a national park. Most Americans don't even know they live within 200 miles of a national park. I think one prediction, national parks are going to be in. People are going to travel a lot more outdoors. These are things that are going to happen. And the other thing that I think is going to happen is travel and living are going to blend together. What do I mean? Well, if you can do your job from home, then if you can work from home, you could theoretically work from any home, anywhere in the world, so long as you're in the right time zone. And so what you're going to start to see is not just travel redistribution, but you might see, and no one can say for sure, population redistribution. People may start moving to smaller towns and communities.
That was a fascinating discussion. Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky speaking with Bloomberg Technologies' Emily Chang on why travel as we know it will never be the same. That's a big, big statement. Vani. I wonder how things will, in fact, play out.
I mean, it's good to actually hear the truth, right, Paul? So many people pretending that, at some point we will go back to pre-pandemic times, but that's never going to happen. We're never going to be pre-pandemic again. And, as much as people say these things emerge every 20 years or so, and it's true, this one feels different in the sense that it is just so ridiculously easy to catch. And, vaccines are so far away and we don't know how long they'll last. So, yeah, I can completely imagine that travel as we knew it, where you just could hop out to the airport, jump on a shuttle plane down to DC or wherever you wanted to go in the world, that's done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Brian Chesky at Airbnb CEO, he certainly has a great window into global travel trends. I mean, Airbnb is just everywhere, and he was suggesting that certain European markets coming back a little bit sooner than some others. The UK still in lockdown, and he's seeing some pockets of strength here in the US. But again, I think until there is, arguably, I think a lot of observers say until there is a globally available vaccine, that just consumer activity in general on a global scale will be greatly reduced or just certainly impacted. And I think that's kind of what we're hearing from the Airbnb CEO.
And it's interesting that he hasn't ruled out an IPO this year, but certainly I'm sure it's not something they're immediately thinking about. Also, that lawsuit with New York City has now been settled about providing host data. And in New York, you have to stay for 30 days now, which also changes the business model.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see how that plays out for the good folks at Airbnb. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. for world and national headlines with Nathan Hager.
Paul, much of the world is pressing ahead with reopening. The coronavirus is pressing ahead as well, with close to 183,000 new cases reported by the World Health Organization globally just yesterday. That was a new one-day high. About half of U.S. states have reported new record 7-day averages. Former Centers for Disease Control Director Thomas Friedman tells Bloomberg Surveillance this is not a second wave of infection.
Look around. We're not at the end of the first wave. We've got cases spiking all over the country. We're going to see an increase in cases, increase in hospitalizations, and eventually an increase in deaths from this.
The Trump administration now says it is preparing for a second wave in the fall, along with flu season. Economic advisor Larry Kudlow tells CNBC a second wave is not coming. Well, the White House is scaling back coronavirus screenings as the reopening continues. A spokesman says they're no longer going to check the temperatures of everybody who visits the White House complex, with Washington, D.C. entering phase 2. The spokesman says people who are in close proximity to the president and vice president will still be tested for COVID-19. But a makeshift tent that was set up near the White House press entrance where people had been screened is gone as of this morning. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is seeking a Justice Department Inspector General's review of former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Prosecutor Jeffrey Berman's ouster. Berman resigned over the weekend after an extraordinary standoff with Attorney General William Barr. He only agreed to leave after Barr put his deputy, Audrey Strauss, in charge. Strauss will now oversee a number of high-profile cases close to the Trump administration. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Coronavirus proved that every aspect of our lives, from business to health, is connected to Asia.
Healthcare firms testing the appetite for IPOs in Hong Kong too.
But you already knew that.
COVID-19 certainly had an impact on this.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
What does that mean for Asia if the dollar remains on the back foot for the foreseeable future?
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
With COVID-19, so much is unknown.
Is this the worst you've seen?
But we are committed to getting you every piece of information we can as soon as we can.
Tell us about this first big win you have. What is it, 24 million N95 masks?
Fewer unknowns.
Who's winning here? Where is the pressure right now?
That's our goal.
What worries you the most? The time it's going to take for a vaccine?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
I was offered one. Were you?
Yeah, I was offered one too.
1 2 1 2. I was offered one.
I was offered one.
Don't take our word for it. 9 out of 10 people said they were offered a great value deal with O2. Get yours today, in-store, online, or by phone.
I was offered one too. O2 Retail Exit Survey 309 of 348 agreed with the statement. O2 offered me a great value deal. For full verification, see o2.co.uk/terms.
At Honda, we've never looked to other car companies for inspiration. No, it's not a matter of an inflated ego. We just prefer listening to what people really need. For example, the new Honda Jazz Hybrid doesn't have the expected 6 airbags. It has 10, including one that prevents the driver and passenger from colliding with each other. And because we also listen to our conscience, all our safety features come as standard. No charge. Honda, the power of dreams.
There's a reason flash storage is called flash storage and not electronic non-volatile computer memory storage. From quick and efficient data retrieval to instant scalability, everything about IBM flash storage is fast. It's also cloud-ready and surprisingly affordable, with a recommended monthly price of £310 for 24 terabytes of all flash. Order by the 30th of June and pay nothing for 90 days. Find out more at ibm.biz/flash offer.
TfL has a plan to help London reopen carefully, safely and sustainably. The Central London Congestion Charge, Ultra Low Emission Zone Daily Charge and the London-wide Low Emission Zone Charge are back in operation to help reduce congestion and pollution. The Daily Congestion Charge has now increased to £15 and operates from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. NHS Trust and care home workers can claim reimbursements. For more information, search TfL Driving. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million Lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
At Asda, we've provided 3,500 care homes with priority access to delivery slots, and priority shopping hours are open to our care workers. We're also donating 250,000 face masks to care homes. Asda, we're all in this together. Please show ID for priority shopping. Check asda.com for times.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks continue to fluctuate as investors are trying to figure out just how a rise in coronavirus infection rates in some states may disrupt any V-shaped economic recovery. We look at those numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P right now is up 0.1% up 3. The Dow's little change, down 1. The NASDAQ is up 0.4% up 43. The 10-year is up 3/32. The yield 0.68%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.6% at $40.01 per barrel, crossing the $40 mark for the first time today. COMEX gold is up just about 1% at $17.69.60 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.90. The euro is $1.12.58, and the British pound $1.24.48. Gilead Sciences says it plans to start human trials on an inhaled version of its anti-COVID-19 drug remdesivir, a move that could significantly expand its use if successful. Remdesivir has been the go-to drug for treating COVID-19 patients since U.S. regulators gave it an emergency use authorization last month after a study showed it could speed recovery from the disease, but Gilead is down 2.4%. Now, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's talk fixed income, shall we? And there's nobody better to do that with than RJ Gallo. He's the senior portfolio manager and head of the municipal bond group at Federated Hermes. They are big folks, over $500 billion assets under management. They're based in Pittsburgh. When I was a sell-side analyst, it was a must-go-to trip to Pittsburgh to try to earn their broker vote there. So I know how important the folks at Federated are. So RJ, as we take a look at the markets here, again, we've had off of that low back in late March, early April, a rebound in risk assets here. Where are you guys seeing value or opportunity in the fixed income markets right now?
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me. The bounce back in risk assets has been stark, and it's been underwritten, I think, predominantly by the Federal Reserve's various market support programs to specifically highlight the corporate credit facilities. The ETF buying of corporate bonds that the Fed had started is now their direct purchases, which was unfurled fairly recently as well, and continue to reinforce the risk asset bid. We have been, over the last 8 to 12 weeks, fairly dynamic. At one point, overweight mortgages pulled that back off. Got pretty overweight investment-grade corporates in our multi-sector fixed income portfolios, of which I'm a portfolio manager. Have dialed that back, but remain overweight investment-grade corporates. On high yield, we've been a little more cautious. We certainly own it, but we've probably been a little more cautious than some in the marketplace, some of our competitors. That said, that continues to run. And we've been incrementally pretty positive on bank loans, another area where you've seen outperformance to credit, say, versus treasuries. So we've been trying to be truly active managers in a volatile market, generating alpha where we see it, where we like it, on a risk-reward basis.
You've so much to choose from these days, RJ. I want to ask you about munis too, because that's obviously slightly separate, but there's also a massive amount of offerings there. State and local debt maturing in 10 years apparently now yields 122% of treasuries compared to 119% of the previous session. So it continues to yield more and more and more, but it's getting riskier and riskier and riskier. Are there states you would consider buying munis from?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Munis are my home base. I head the Muni department at Federated in addition to working on the multi-sector product I just mentioned. And even though our primary benchmark is the Bloomberg Barclays Universal, which does not include any tax-exempt munis, if you look on our Federated websites, you'll see that our total return bond fund started moving significant amounts of money into tax-exempt bonds. Why? Because the ratio that you just touched on, Bonnie, was astronomically cheap 6-8 weeks ago. Munis were rocked like most fixed income, but were a little slow to recover, and that invited, in my opinion, multi-sector investors like ourselves, insurance companies, other multi-sector bond funds, banks, that knew that munis were sharply oversold, and we moved into tax-exempt bonds. In that trade, if you looked at our holdings, it's overwhelmingly high-grade names, like New York State Muni Power, for example, State of Washington. We're talking about AA-, AA, AAA kind of names. Call it high-grade munis. Within our muni portfolios, where we'll see a wider array of credit risk, we've been looking to add credit, and that includes A-rated, BBB, and selectively below investment-grade bonds as well, typically outside of the states, however. When you go down in credit quality munis, you're buying revenue bonds disproportionately outside of the state of Illinois. And in the state of Illinois, we own some bonds there and think that they'll continue to incrementally outperform despite their clear challenges.
It's RJ, just staying with the municipal sector. Talk to me about the taxable municipal bond market. I was, up until recently, I wasn't even aware that this was a big market, because when I think municipal bonds, I think about the tax deductibility of the municipal bond being the primary selling point. But if there's a taxable, it just seemed like an oxymoron to me. Talk to us about the taxable municipal bond market.
Sure. The tax exemption is contingent upon the use of proceeds for many issuers. So if you are a hospital and you want to raise capital that will be invested in your subsidiary that does research on pharmaceuticals or vaccines, and that's a for-profit subsidiary, you can't, as a AA rated hospital, issue tax-exempt bonds for that purpose. You can issue taxable bonds for that purpose. So what we've seen over the years is the greater flexibility that you get in use of proceeds as a muni borrower will motivate them to issue taxable bonds at times. Universities do this as well. As you know, universities primarily are in the education business, but many of them do research that has commercial applications and is therefore somewhat for-profit, depending on how they do it. So their taxable proceeds will be used there as well. Traditional munis like GOs, rarely do you see many in taxable land unless you get a BABS program, a Build America Bonds program. But when it comes to revenue bond issuers, they've been using taxable munis more aggressively over time. Lastly, the elimination of advanced refundings in the last tax bill motivated even traditional tax-exempt governmental borrowers to issue taxable munis if they wanted to advance refund, prepay, and refinance at lower cost. They couldn't do it tax-exempt anymore, and they have to issue taxables. All those factors have led to growth in the taxable muni market, which is another tool for multi-sector managers, really, as it gets more liquid and bigger.
RJ, we have to leave it there, but would love to continue this conversation with you again soon. RJ Gallo is Senior Portfolio Manager for Fixed Income and Head of the Municipal Bond Group at Federated Hermes, joining us there. And Paul, it's really interesting to hear about all this because obviously states are under huge pressure, and I don't know if you remember several years ago, Meredith Whitney, with that prognosis that states were all going to default. Of course, it didn't happen. It doesn't look like it'll happen this time either.
No, but the states certainly need some fiscal stimulus coming out of Washington, D.C. That's certainly what Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York, has been calling for.
Yeah, that's for sure. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio right now. Markets are just casually inching higher.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Gains and losses for stocks through this Monday session. Equities have turned lower with the Dow down 40 points. There are increasing signs that the virus is continuing to rapidly spread as governments work to reopen their economies. Gilead Sciences said it planned to start human trials of its inhaled version of its anti-COVID-19 drug remdesivir, a move that could significantly expand its use if successful. Remdesivir has been the go-to drug for treating hospitalized COVID-19 patients since regulators gave it an emergency use authorization in May. General Electric plans to replace KPMG as its auditor following a series of high-profile financial stumbles, ending a relationship that stretches back more than a century. The manufacturer picked Deloitte to be its independent auditor for next year. And Airbnb's recovery from the travel slump has been so swift that the startup's much-anticipated stock listing is still on the table for 2020. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, kids, Dad's gonna teach you how to dance. First, spread your feet apart. Then, pump your knee, nod your head, shake your hips, and bite your lip ever so slightly. Now, with one hand in the air, point at people with the other hand. I call that the rock star.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now, make a face like it just smells something bad.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're living in a world built on science, political and economic.
You've got to believe the labour market gets hit.
Computer and medical.
Clarify where we are on a test.
It all makes a difference.
What do you think needs to happen in terms of governmental response?
And it's all here.
He expects the virus to peak quite a long time from now.
Get your science straight.
The hand-washing campaign, is this actually a good strategy?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. In-depth
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
And action!
I was offered one.
Cut. That's not on the script.
I was offered one. Get in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was offered one.
Come, boy. I was offered one. Don't take our word for it. 9 out of 10 people said they were offered a great value deal with O2. Get yours today, in-store, online, or by phone.
I was offered one too. O2 Retail Exit Survey 309 of 348 agreed with the statement. O2 offered me a great value deal. For full verification, see o2.co.uk/terms.
When you're buying tech online and you want to make sure you get exactly what you need, would you rather talk to a computer or to someone called Colin, or Jack, or Miguel, or Haley, or one of our other tech experts on Shop Live, Curry's PC World's online video call experience?
Hey, I'm Ali. How can I help?
Isn't it nice to get expert advice from another human being before you buy? They're just a click away. Curry's PC World. Talk to our tech experts online with Shop Live.
There's a reason flash storage is called flash storage and not electronic non-volatile computer memory storage. From quick and efficient data retrieval to instant scalability, everything about IBM flash storage is fast. It's also cloud-ready and surprisingly affordable, with a recommended monthly price of £310 for 24 terabytes of all flash. Order by the 30th of June and pay nothing for 90 days. Find out more at ibm.biz/flash offer.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Strength. Pulling power. A 5-year warranty. The Toyota Hilux Invincible has the lot for just
£199 a month.
Plus deposit. And 0% APR representative. Search Hilux Invincible. Because it really is invincible.
Even the price.
Available under personal contract purchase over 42 months when financed through Toyota Financial Services by 30th of September 2020. Deposit of £10,157 required. £12,775 optional final payment. Indemnities may be required. 5-year, 100,000-mile manufacturer warranty. Conditions apply.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to speak with Jim Anderson, CEO of Social Flow, on how teens on TikTok may have derailed President Trump's rally attendance. Plus, Anand Srinivasan, senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, on Apple's first virtual annual Worldwide Developers Conference. That's all coming up. But first, let's go to Greg Jarrett of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
Stocks been fluctuating fall after rising in the overnight session. Investors are looking at the strength of any economic recovery against rising virus infection rates that have sparked some new temporary shutdowns. Let's take a look at the numbers as we tend to do every 15 minutes here on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P is now little changed, up just about 1. Dow is down just about 0.1%, down 20. The NASDAQ is up 0.4%, up 36. The 10-year is up 3/30 seconds. The yield 0.68%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 0.5% at $39.96 a barrel. It had edged over 40 a moment ago. COMEX gold is up 1% at $17.70.60 an ounce. The dollar yen is at 106.84. The euro is $1.12.54. The British pound $1.2442. Stocks that cater to consumers staying at home rallied today amid some concern that spiking new coronavirus cases in parts of the U.S. and abroad could shutter businesses, whipsaw spending, and send people back to their living rooms and closets to work. Two of the biggest beneficiaries of people opting to stay indoors, Netflix and Zoom, touched record highs. Shares of streaming platform Roku climbed as much as 4.9%. Let me take a quick look at Netflix right now. It's up 1.3% at $459.63 per share. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's bring in our next guest now. Going to be a fascinating conversation with Jim Anderson, who is CEO of Social Flow. And in full disclosure, Social Flow is a platform that is used by Bloomberg for social media purposes, used by many, many companies. Jim, welcome. We brought you on because we want to talk to you a little bit about what happened at the Tulsa rally over the weekend and how K-pop Zoomers and those who stan with them, if you like, managed to reserve tickets for this rally. And then, of course, they didn't turn up. They weren't interested in doing that. How did it work? Talk to us about TikTok and the power of amplification.
Yeah, Bonnie, thanks for having me. This is a great story in terms of just illustrating the power of viral distribution on social networks, right? I mean, that's not a new concept. Facebook's been around for more than a decade, Twitter and others. And so what we saw is TikTok, which is an application typically used for like cute dance videos, being harnessed in a really new and different way. But the same algorithms that power those dance videos and make them show up in your feed also power the teenage activists efforts. And interestingly, they're disappearing messages, right? One of the things about TikTok is the messages disappear after some period of time. So not only did their parents not know what was going on, because parents, I have a teenage daughter, it's awfully difficult to know what's going on with your teenager, but the messages themselves disappeared. So it's sort of teenage tradecraft at work in a social media world.
So, Jim, do we have hard data that shows that this is what really happened, that there was, in fact, I guess, quote-unquote, bogus requests for tickets that were never fulfilled or picked up?
Well, we don't, and there's really no way for us to know. I can bet you that the Trump campaign has that data, but it's certainly not going to be in their interest to sort of give this story any oxygen and to admit that happened. And I do want to make one really important point, because this issue often gets conflated. The activities of the teenagers didn't keep people from showing up to the rally. I think the fact that we're in the midst of a global pandemic, the rally was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That population of Tulsa is 400,000. You're asking to fill an 18 or 19,000 seat arena plus 40,000 seats of overflow from the outdoor stage. I think what they did, though, is they created the expectation, oh, my goodness, this thing is out of control. The campaign wanted to believe that there was sort of this giant pent-up demand. And so then they started talking about it. They wanted to believe it was true. And then they got set up for a big, giant sort of deflation of expectations. That's what the teams managed to do.
Exactly. So on the one hand, there was a little bit of hubris. They were boasting about how many people were coming. They were creating outdoor overflow spaces. And on the other hand, there was complacency. They didn't sort of call to arms the base, which may have been a good thing given the coronavirus has definitely not gone away. What's the power that a group of fans like K-pop fans and Zoomers and so on can leverage on TikTok beyond this? Is there something a little more political in terms of getting out the vote, or in terms of, convincing people to participate in democracy more?
Yeah, I think there definitely are a lot of things. And many people are excited that, wow, this is sort of the tip of a much larger spear as teenagers come of voting age. Specifically, I saw a statistic this morning that 1 of 10 eligible voters will be Gen Z in the upcoming presidential election. So, they're starting to find their voice. And I'll go back to these algorithms. I mean, it sounds very sort of techie and not very accessible to talk about algorithms, but largely algorithms are apolitical, right? They can spread content on left, right, middle, up, down. They generally are not political. I know people's criticisms of them are significant, and they feel like their side is being discriminated against. But if the teenagers are excited and are spreading it and are paying attention, the algorithms notice that, and then they contribute to that. And that's that viral distribution of content and that's exactly what TikTok is doing.
So, Jim, I know that TikTok is a Chinese company. I can imagine the Trump administration, the Trump campaign knows this as well. Should we expect a torrent of tweets coming out of President Trump, saying that China's interfering with the election or the campaign?
Well, I would always hesitate to predict what the president's going to do on Twitter for all the obvious reasons.
Right.
But I will say that there was bound to be some really uncomfortable conversations and probably an uncomfortable Sunday at TikTok. When you're owned by a Chinese company, they've gone to great efforts, including hiring a very senior executive from Disney to try to sort of build their brand as not a Chinese-owned brand. That's probably the last thing they want to see. And to be clear, TikTok really had nothing to do with this from a company standpoint. They just provided the platform. The K-pop users or other teenagers provided the excitement and the energy, and they used the platform in some ways as the platform was designed to be used, which is to distribute, viral videos. But in other ways, in sort of the use case in and around politics is certainly not what TikTok likely had in mind.
Jim Anderson, thank you so much for joining us. Fascinating kind of story here that I'm sure is going to continue to develop and we'll continue to follow. Jim Anderson, CEO of Social Flow, based in New York City. Vonnie, that's just interesting. You think about social media and the impact it's having on, obviously, across all of our lives over the past 10 years or so, but certainly the political sphere as well. And we thought it was really limited to a kind of a Facebook, a Twitter kind of thing, but here comes TikTok.
And each one of these platforms has a different way of connecting with the audience, and it may be the same audience, it may be different audiences, but TikTok content needs to be very different from Twitter content or Facebook content. And just as a sort of a separate example, you look at Sarah Cooper, who's the impersonator of President Trump. She made her debut really on TikTok, even though she had been on the other platforms. It was on TikTok that she really took off and then transferred it to Twitter.
Yeah, and as Jim mentioned, TikTok obviously really popular with the younger demos, and that's certainly interesting from a political perspective. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. for World and National Headlines with Nathan Hager. Nathan, what do you have for us?
Well, Paul, the coronavirus is not letting up even as the reopening continues. California is one of 12 states that's seen record numbers of new infections on a daily basis. Christina Santana is a respiratory therapist at El Centro Regional Medical Center in the Southern California desert.
It's constant suffering and death and dying and going on to the next one and doing your best, doing everything that you went to school for. And sometimes everything you do is just not enough.
As the reopening continues, the White House is scaling back testing of visitors to the complex. The District of Columbia is moving into its second phase reopening. Former White House National Security Advisor John Bolton says he will not be voting for President Trump in November. He says he won't vote for Joe Biden either. Before his tell-all memoir comes out tomorrow, Bolton criticized Democrats for their handling of impeachment on ABC's Good Morning America.
The Democrats made a conscious decision at the beginning of the Ukraine impeachment effort to push Republicans aside. I think there were a lot of Republicans in the House that might have been open to a more reasoned, nonpartisan effort.
Democrat Jason Crow was a House impeachment manager.
He's no patriot. He's no hero here. He's trying to cast blame in other places to compensate for the fact that he didn't do what he needed to do for the country at the time that he needed to do it.
Kevin Hassett is leaving the White House again. The former Council of Economic Advisors chair says he had agreed to return as an unpaid volunteer for about 90 days, has already stayed longer than that. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband, Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Market upheavals.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
Listen, that's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing, so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
When you're buying tech online and you want to make sure you get exactly what you need, would you rather talk to a robot or to someone called Robert or Chantel or Raj or Fiona or one of our other tech experts on Shop Live, Curry's PC World's online video call experience?
Hi, it's Ali. What are you searching for?
Isn't it nice to get expert advice from another human being before you buy? They're just a click away. Curry's PC World. Talk to our tech experts online with Shop Live.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up with the Super Bowl predictions instead.
Look no further than the Pick 6 podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brinson's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards. That's how you wind up.
Search Pick 6 on TuneIn to listen. trends and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Good day. Stocks continue to fluctuate after rising in the overnight session as investors weigh the strength of the economic recovery against rising virus infection rates that have sparked some temporary shutdowns across the country. We take a look at the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day. S&P is up 0.2% of 5. The Dow is little changed, up 15, and the NASDAQ is up 0.5%, up 53. The 10-year is up 3/30 seconds, the yield 0.68%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up over 1% now at $40.15 per barrel. COMEX gold's up 1.1% at $17.7280 an ounce. The dollar yen 106.84. The euro's $1.1257, and the British pound $1.2449. Airbnb's recovery from the travel slump caused by COVID-19 has been swift, so swift that the startup's much-anticipated stock listing is still on the table for this year. That, according to Chief Executive Officer Brian Chesky. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, for the first time in more than 3 decades, Apple will hold its annual developer conference entirely online. That conference begins today. To give us some preview of what we might see over the next couple of days coming out of the Cupertino, California giant, Anand Srinivasan, senior semiconductor and hardware analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us on the phone. Anand, thanks so much for joining us here. So we've got the virtual aspect of the conference, which is unique. Talk to us about what we might see in terms of products and services coming out of this year's conference.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Bonnie. Thank you for having me. So the biggest change, obviously, outside of the format being online is the fact that the Macs are likely to see the biggest changes. The Intel CPUs are likely to be replaced with inbuilt processors or in-house built processors. And this is something that the trajectory that Apple has been working on for quite some time now, that they want to see more of in-house components, particularly products that use that can help them differentiate their platform pretty aggressively. We've seen that in the iPhone to a degree, and this is Mac seeing the seismic shift. Outside of that, we're going to see more enhancements from a feature set perspective, both from Mac OS as well as iOS, and you're going to see key features that sort of take those two trajectories of those two key product sets closer together. And we've seen that in the past, but I think we'll see more of the same in that direction. Also from watchOS, which is their operating system for the watch, we're going to see some health-related features such as blood oxygen detection, et cetera, and we're going to see those sort of trajectories move closer together.
So, Anand, obviously we're going to see a lot of change from Apple's point of view, from the internals of the computer's point of view and so on, but will consumers notice anything?
Yeah, I think the feature sets, there might be some cool feature sets that allow the consumers to be a little bit more efficient. Maybe there'll be some wow factors, etc. But remember, in the grand scheme of things, right, this is all about making the install base of roughly about 1 billion phones sticky. Anything incremental that they can do in the iPhone operating system, in the watch operating system, or the Mac operating system, incremental features that can make their install base sticky will be greatly beneficial from a revenue standpoint.
Anand, talk to us a little bit about 5G. I've been, I know a lot of folks are talking about that, maybe driving the next super cycle for iPhone upgrades. Give us the latest on 5G. I know the coronavirus has probably had some impact on the development and rollout of that.
Absolutely. So this is the big thing. So again, just to step back, if you were to think of your telecom pipe as sort of a bi-directional superhighway, if you may, with 4 lanes on each side, 5G, different from 4G, is different from 4G in a couple of different ways. Number one, you're going to get more lanes, and the speed limit on those lanes is going to be higher. So that's an easy one to understand. The second is that the lanes are going to be dramatically fungible, and by that I mean that instead of having 4 lanes on each side, you can have them 6 lanes on one and 2 on the other. you can make them wider or shrink them smaller at will, and you can change the speed limits at will. Thereby, you can customize the user experience on 5G much more dramatically and effectively, depending on what kind of a location you're at, what kind of an event you're at, sporting events, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a pretty drastic change. But the near-term impact of that will be in an enhanced user experience from a speed perspective and also from a latency perspective. That's the big deal with 5G relative to 4G. For an Apple impact, Paul, it's actually going to be detrimental to margins. 5G is going to be more expensive from a chipset perspective. The amount of semiconductor content in the iPhone is going to go up pretty dramatically. But the phone prices, particularly in 2020, we don't think are going to change. So there's going to be a margin impact. Remember, when the iPhone was first launched, it came out with somewhere near a 55% gross margin. Now the product margins in the iPhone are probably near 42%, give or take. So the iPhone 5G might even flirt with sub 40%. So that's a pretty big change for the iPhone when it's launched in September and available probably mid-October. But from a near-term perspective, I think margins will be definitely impacted from a 5G perspective.
Nevertheless, obviously, it's something that Apple has to embrace. What else can we expect here out of the WWDC conference today? I mean, obviously, developers will be looking for any clues from Tim Cook about the next prong of what Apple is going to do.
Yeah, so from our list of things that we're anticipating is the number one change is on the Macs, right? So that's the big headline thing we're expecting. And then there's a whole bunch of small things that we're expecting, everything from new HomeKit features to third-party development tools to enhancements in things like CarPlay, Apple Maps. Fitness is an area where I think there's going to be some changes. There's going to be certainly some password security related changes, and then more of a consistency factor, compatibility of all devices to run iOS 13, for example. And then the last part, certainly not the least, is we've talked about this a little bit before, which is the secondhand market. And I think that Apple is enhancing its secondhand program, the trade-in program for the Macs. And I think that will have an impact on new Macs that could be sold because the older Macs will have some trade-in value and you'll be able to offset prices. Remember that the Macs are 2 to 2.5 times more expensive than the PC, so it's not a small feature to be able to do that.
All right, Anand, thank you so much for joining and for giving us a preview there of what we can expect starting at 1 p.m. That's Anand Srinivasan there of Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Analyst for Semiconductors and Technology. We'll be listening out for headlines. It's always a very, very watched event, Paul.
Yeah, it is. I'm just looking at the stock today. It's up about 1.8% today. Over the trailing 12 months, up 81%. You put that in the context of kind of what we've been dealing with around the globe. Just extraordinary here. The market cap, Vani, $1.54 trillion. Just extraordinary. And I think a lot of people are, kind of anticipating a super cycle for the 5G phone over the next, several years, plus the continued growth of their services business, plus all the cash they have on their balance sheet. You can make a bullish call there. No problem whatsoever there.
Exactly. And the thing about Apple is that, it's not only its own internals that affect the stock price. That stock price and where it goes affects the entire market, as we saw on Friday when we were told that some Apple stores that had reopened would close once again. From Paul and myself, this is Bloomberg Radio.
In addition to Bloomberg Radio, you can catch the latest news and biggest newsmakers on Bloomberg Television. Look for us on DirecTV Channel 353 or check your local listings. At the start of every...
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
Listen. That's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
There's a reason flash storage is called flash storage and not electronic non-volatile computer memory storage. From quick and efficient data retrieval to instant scalability, everything about IBM flash storage is fast. It's also cloud-ready and surprisingly affordable, with a recommended monthly price of £310 for 24 terabytes of all flash. Order by the 30th of June and pay nothing for 90 days. Find out more at ibm.biz/flash offer.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, this is Balance of Power, where the world of politics meets the world of business. I'm David West, and we start once again with the markets today, and they seem to be caught sort of betwixt in between, and Scarlett Fu will explain it all to us. Scarlett?
Yeah, that's right, David. U.S. stocks did open in the red, in contrast with gains we saw in futures before the 9:30 opening bell. Now, we saw the futures contract take a late dive on Friday after the cash markets closed, but it wasn't reflected in the underlying index until today. The gap you can see there is still about 10 points, which, according to our producer, Pete Dioteris, it's pretty rare to see such a wide spread when there isn't an event like the Fed or a quadruple witching. But overall, David, even with the S&P mounting a bit of a comeback here, the theme is safety, and it's on the heels of a rising virus count in states like Arizona and California. XLK is the ETF that tracks big cap tech names. These guys are a source of safety and growth. They've got the balance sheet to get through this difficult period, and there's no real let up in demand for their products and services, so their growth is not compromised like other industries. I included Newmont Mining because gold is nearing $1,800 an ounce, a 7-year high. Sovereign yields are also down. The German 30-year yield falling below zero once again today. Now, airlines and cruise companies make up 4 of the 5 worst performers in the S&P 500, so that's the flip side to this move to safety. American will now tap the equity and credit markets for $3.5 billion in new funds. Big carriers, we know, are burning through as much as $45 million daily, with demand still very weak. The flip side to all of this is the bid for stay-at-home stocks. Netflix and Clorox both making record highs, new record highs. Netflix actually extending its gain to 6 straight days. It's the longest this year. Clorox, I just checked, up 42% in 2020, David, even though it trades at 32 times earnings. That's compared with 20 times for consumer staples and 21 times for the S&P 500. But, you know, everyone needs their Clorox wipes.
Yeah, you can never get enough Clorox, that's for sure. Thank you so much to Scarlet Fu for that report on the markets. Well, let's talk about that big rally that President Trump had planned down in Tulsa over the weekend. He had the rally, it was Saturday, but he had about a little over 6,000 people in an arena that was set up for 19,000. They thought they were going to have overflow. They had quite the reverse. Let's bring in now Rick Davis. He's our political contributor at Bloomberg. He also is for Stone Court Capital. So, Rick, they really predicted they were going to be packed out and have overflow. The reverse happened. You don't want to have that happen if you're running a campaign, do you?
No, this is a pretty embarrassing moment for the Trump campaign, and this would be embarrassing for anybody's campaign if it had happened to them. Not only were they predicting a packed stadium, as you said, 19,000 people, but they had a big overflow crowd for almost double that, and that they went out on a limb and said they had over 1 million people sign up for the event. So they kept raising the stakes as the week progressed, and then last night they were in full retreat mode, claiming that the K-pop supporters and TikTokers were, foiling their plans for an event, and basically in full retreat from this idea that Donald Trump fans and only Donald Trump fans were going to defy coronavirus and go to a rally when everybody else in the country seemed to think that was a pretty poor decision.
So, Rick, until now, it seemed like President Trump just was really pitch perfect in understanding his base and knowing what's going on. Has he lost some of that perfect pitch at the moment, at least? Because it seemed like people may be concerned about their safety. And more important, what about Arizona, Wisconsin? He's got some more rallies coming up.
Well, there is a big question right now as to whether those rallies are going to happen, right? I think there is pretty clear reporting around the fact that the campaign is in a bit of a disarray right now for exactly the reasons, David, you just mentioned, which is maybe they miscalculated the impact that coronavirus is having on their own supporters. As we know, Donald Trump's been all over the map, and including at the rally itself, saying all this is just going to go away. But in the meantime, as you point out, that the numbers are actually increasing in many states and overall in the nation itself. So the coronavirus continues to play an incredibly important role in this election cycle, and those who try to ignore it and move on are going to be at some peril.
So Brad Pascal is the campaign manager for President Trump. Is he in any trouble?
Well, we know that Donald Trump doesn't like to admit that that he's ever made any mistakes, and so this is all going to get blamed on the campaign. Who knows how much of it is going to be Brad Pascal's fault? But we've seen in the past some good reporting about the fact that there's been already a good amount of disarray associated with Brad Pascal's leadership of the campaign, including some concerns that the president had about how much money Brad Pascal was making off the campaign. If he can't deliver a full auditorium, which is primarily outside of social media and television advertising, the only way Donald Trump campaigns, then I'd suggest that he would be in for some trouble.
But, Rick, is this a larger issue potentially than just how many people you get to a rally? If even President Trump's core base is really worried about their safety in this world, what does that say for President Trump as he gets to November, if things don't turn around, which could happen?
Yeah, there are a couple of different ways to look at it. One is it really takes away one of the only ways he campaigns, which are at these big rallies. So if he can't campaign that way, how is he going to keep his base excited? And there's a big question mark there. The campaign has not been willing to alter their plan for the general election, even though it's been delayed, which is these big rallies. Secondarily, I would also say there are tangential issues to coronavirus's impact on the election, not just people's willingness to attend rallies, but people's willingness to show up on Election Day and vote. And we know that there's a big move by states to include more mail-in ballot activity, which has been, by and large, well-received by everybody as a way to accommodate people's interest in democracy. But Donald Trump's been dead set against it, tweeting out even last night that it's a danger to our campaigns and that it's going to be wrought with fraud if it happens. Of course, there have been mail-in campaigns since as long as there's been almost a democracy. And so not many people are taking it seriously. But if his supporters are the kinds that show up on Election Day and don't trust the mail, will they vote at all?
Wow, that's a big question. In the meantime, what could this mean for the issues that President Trump really wants to put to the fore? Obviously, he's now going after the Supreme Court after that decision involving the Civil Rights Act. And also, he now is going to rescind, apparently, cut back on H-1B visas, pushing back on the immigration button. Does he need to go back to some of those issues to maybe, frankly, distract us a bit?
It has been a little surprising, David, that he hasn't spent more time on immigration as a central campaign theme. It was almost the only thing he ran on in 2016, and we haven't heard much about it. Of course, the Supreme Court decision you mentioned has put in play the discussion a little bit more, and you can see that with his follow-up toward trying to limit H-1B visas. I would say, the H-1B visa debate usually was exempt from the typical immigration debate because these are the best and the brightest from around the world who actually want to add to the continuity and prosperity of the United States. Maybe it's a veiled attempt to deal with unemployment issues, which are continuing to haunt the administration as a result of the coronavirus. But you definitely see right now the campaign in a bit of disarray, both with the way they campaign around these rallies and the kinds of issues that they think they're going to talk about in the general election. And I would remind you that it's only 4 months to the election. The idea that there isn't a more focused campaign at this point is a little amazing for a party in power.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so very much. It's always great to have Rick Davis with us. He's our Bloomberg political contributor. Coming up here in the meantime, we're going to have David McIntosh. He's the president of the Fund for Growth. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
It's the people with
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
This is Jubal with their new summer hit, Dancing in the Moonlight. Jubal, Dancing in the Moonlight. Listen now.
Listen. That's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing, so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
It could be a first-timer or a long-timer or a once-in-a-whiler. It could be a little or a lot. It could be the ticket under your fridge magnet. It could be someone with your first name and last and middle. It could be you. This Saturday's £15 million lotto jackpot must be won, or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Play online or on the app. Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
At Asda, we're helping you shop safely by keeping our stores clean and limiting customer numbers so you can keep 2 meters apart. With our Scan and Go mobile app, You can reduce contact at the till too. Asda, we're all in this together. Subject to availability. Mobile data charges may apply.
Are you fully informed on the NBA? On the NBA Hangtime podcast, veteran sports writers Sekou Smith and John Schumann analyze the latest NBA news, storylines, and discussions with guests from around the basketball universe.
Isaiah Thomas joined us here on the Hangtime podcast. Isaiah, good morning.
Everybody's doing well. As you know, my daughter tested positive.
Search NBA Hangtime on TuneIn to listen.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Stay close to College Hoops Conversation with College Basketball Talk Podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Dowster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference. Nostalgic flashbacks to classic games and big picture discussions of the future of the sport.
Always knew was a legend, and you always knew was one of the great coaches because everyone always told you how great this coach was, but he never really reached point of either.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
Is that there people that they turn to get jobs and be reemployed are able to reopen and restart. And then when that kicks in, when the urban and suburban areas are coming back to normal, then I think you'll see their unemployment rates also drop quickly.
So there's a sort of a debate going on, David, about equal distribution of economic goods on the one hand and growth on the other. Some people seem to think it is a trade-off, that if you're really going to maximize growth, you necessarily have to have increased inequality, which we have had now since the mid-'70s, early '80s. Other people think that actually, in order to get real growth, you need to have more equal distribution. What is right?
The best way to do it is to have unhindered competition. What I find is the disparity increases when you've got more government intervention, and it ends up people who have more money have more political power, and so they use the political process to benefit themselves. If you allow a greater degree of freedom and competition, then you're going to see the disadvantaged have an opportunity to enter in. You see, the common examples are folks who want to start their own small business. Well, if they have to deal with a lot of red tape and regulations that a big company can deal with, they hire lawyers, they get it done. But a small entrepreneur, somebody who's maybe just finished college, tries to open up a small business, that can be overwhelming. So what we've got to be careful about is not to block the opportunities for people to rise above where they're at. That's where you'll get more equality as people are rewarded for their successes.
David, you've been a student of this for some time, going back a ways, frankly. If you really look at history, do the facts really bear out your thesis? In this sense, the 1980s, under President Reagan, was really a deregulatory time. Remember Alfred Kahn from Cornell, things like that. And yet, income inequality grew in the 1980s. Now, they continue to grow as regulation came back into vogue in the 90s and the 2000s. But is there an indication in history that, in fact, if you have less regulation, you will have a more equal distribution of economic goods?
The problem with that is that if you really wanted to get total equality, they always level down, right? So that's how you can get to equality. And so what you need to do is have opportunity so everybody can see an increase and be better off. And that's what happened in the Reagan era. John Kennedy expressed it really well when he said, a rising tide lifts all boats. And that should be our goal, not necessarily everybody being totally equal, because at that point, everybody is worse off.
So, David, President Trump has prided himself on really cutting back on regulations, just had an executive order in the last few days, further really deregulating things. Will this be an issue in the election, do you think? Is this something that President Trump can actually get votes on deregulation? It sounds, frankly, a little bit abstract, I think, to a lot of Americans.
Yeah, I think you're right, David. It's that nitty-gritty behind the scenes. It's necessary. It'll make a big difference of letting small businesses open up and rehire people. But it's not your political slogan you take out on the campaign trail. I think you're going to see other things dominate that, like law and order and a discussion about where we go from there. But it's absolutely necessary to hold back the red tape so that the economy can recover. And that is an election issue, right? People are going to ask themselves in November, okay, we just went through the coronavirus. We had to shut down our whole economy. Has the president got it back and running again? Or do we have a chance that next year is going to be better than last year? And if they can say yes to that, he's got a good chance to get reelected. If they see, no, we're still held back, people aren't allowed to open their business, we've got all this red tape and bureaucracy to deal with, I can't get a job, then people are going to be frustrated.
At the same time, David, is there some regulation that we can all agree is good and necessary and some that is bad and we should do away with? And let me give you a specific example. Given this pandemic, a lot of focus on workplace safety. Is this a time to really be dialing back on things like OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, to really protect workers as they go back, particularly frontline workers as they go back to work?
I think what you need to do is look, there are two different types of regulation. There's the ones that actually set out a standard to keep people safe, and we need those, definitely. OSHA needs to be enforcing those. But they also have a lot of red tape and things that they'll go in and fine a business for not filling out the log exactly right. If you can give people a break on that and say, hey, we're not going to penalize you if you kept people safe and you tried your best to do all our paperwork, then you can actually see a better result. But you're right, some regulations that are needed for health and safety should be kept. What we found in the pandemic was some of those that were health and safety actually were holding us back. The famous one being the regulations against telemedicine across state lines. Well, when everything got shut down, that was the only way doctors could talk to their patients. So we had to remove that regulation so people could be treated.
Okay, David, it's always a treat to have you with us. Thank you so much. That's David McIntosh of the Club for Growth. And now it is time for Bloomberg First Word News. And for that, we go to Karina Mitchell. Karina?
David, thank you. A victory for President Trump at the Supreme Court. Justices rejected an industry challenge to the president's 25% tariffs on imported steel products. Some countries have negotiated deals to avoid those tariffs, but they're still in place for much of the world, including China, the European Union, and Japan. The global economy's fragile recovery is facing a fresh hurdle. A surge in coronavirus cases threatens to keep businesses closed and consumers on edge. According to the World Health Organization, cases of the deadly virus rose by a record for a single day yesterday. The biggest flare-ups took place in the U.S. and Brazil. And India is seeing a spike in new coronavirus cases. The country now has more than 425,000 cases and 13,000 deaths. Infections have been soaring, especially in rural areas where migrant workers fleeing big cities have returned in recent weeks. And this week in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out more lockdown easing plans. He'll outline which parts of the economy will be allowed to reopen in July. Johnson's also expected to relax social distancing rules. That would be a huge boost to the British leisure industry. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. David.
Thanks so much, Karina. Coming up next, our stock of the hour is Apple, as the App Store policies it has come under some scrutiny. At the same time, it holds its annual developers conference. That's next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here.
Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You may not be getting on planes yet.
At what point do we start to see this elusive V-shaped recovery?
But for detailed, up-to-the-minute news of Asia, you don't have to.
Do you think that the tension has the possibility to destabilize Asian assets?
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
Do you expect some of these companies that come and list here to then delist in New York?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio. Well, the tensions between Silicon Valley and Washington may be heating up again. We now have Representative David Cicilline. He's head of the Antitrust Subcommittee in Congress, saying he would like to hear from the CEO of Apple and other big tech companies to talk about how they're handling things like the election and also dealing with third parties. We welcome now Kaylee Alliance, who will take us through Apple in particular, our stock of the hour, particularly as today they're having their annual developers conference. Kaylee?
Yeah, that's exactly right, David. Today should be an exciting day for Apple. It kicks off its Worldwide Developers Conference. Of course, this year it's happening virtually, but it is an annual event. And some of the big things we're looking for are details on updates to iOS, its operating system, as well as a move to using its own processing chips in Mac computers, replacing Intel's. But there's this big shadow overhanging the event this year, David, and that's that amplified scrutiny surrounding its App Store policies and whether or not they're actually fair. The EU last week, of course, opening a formal antitrust investigation into Apple, specifically around the practice of the company charging a 30% cut on purchases made in-app on its system, which it kind of forced developers to do. And so the EU was looking at that, and that kind of created a flood of developers coming out and criticizing the company over these policies. And it's an issue, too, that has captured the attention of U.S. lawmakers. As you alluded to on Friday, our very own Emily Chang spoke to Representative Cicilline, the Democrat from Rhode Island. He chairs the House Antitrust Committee, and he had some very choice words on this App Store issue. We should be able to take a listen to that right now.
This is very concerning that the use of the App Store, developers who are startups are basically being forced to pay a ransom of 30%, or they are denied access to that marketplace. And, it's just coincidentally, Google and Apple arrive at the same thing, a third of the profit. And that sort of market power is very disturbing. If, in fact, it were done the way, in a competitive market, you might have a percentage as low as 2 or 3%, the way it is with credit cards. Even the credit card market is not really competitive, but it's still 2 or 3%. This is 30%. This is highway robbery.
So highway robbery, David, clearly a big overhang on this developers conference, especially considering that Apple needs support from its developers in order to make some of the changes it's going to talk about this week. That switch from Intel chips to its own processors in Mac computers, for example, requires developers change their programs in order to cooperate with that hardware. So Apple needs to keep these guys in their good graces here.
Yeah, Apple needs the developers, but the developers are making a fair amount of change as well off of Apple. I mean, it's really a symbiotic relationship, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, if you're a developer, you look at Apple, which dominates the global smartphone market, for example, you kind of have no choice but to deal with the cost of doing business with this company if you want your apps to be seen. Now, for Apple's part, of course, they do get revenue from this as well. They made about $51 billion from these App Store commissions since they put them into place. But that said, it's still not really their bread and butter. That really comes from hardware. But again, you still need developers cooperating with you on that hardware front, David.
At the same time, quickly, Kaylee, does the market really react to any of this Washington threats against Apple?
Depends on the day. Today, that is not the case. You have tech leading the rally, and Apple is up about 2% today. But of course, a lot of that may be optimism around this WWDC.
Okay, thank you so much to Kayla Lyons for that report on Apple and their issues with their App Store. Coming up here, the virus does get a vote. We're going to be joined by Dr. Michael Kinch of Washington University to talk about whether we should be concerned or how concerned we should be with the spike in virus cases in places like Texas and California and in Florida. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. U.S. stocks are fluctuating as investors weigh the strength of the economic recovery against the rising number of COVID infections. Shares of American Airlines are dropping after the air carrier said it will raise $3.5 billion in new financing, moving from its recent reliance on federal aid. Sales of previously owned homes dropped in May to the lowest level in 10 years as the coronavirus pandemic sent demand falling. And the COVID-19 crisis is hitting a lot of people in the wallet. Home mortgage loan delinquencies rose in May to the highest level in nearly a decade to 4.3 million. Real estate firm Black Knight says that means over 8% of all mortgages are past due or are in foreclosure. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 23 points, NASDAQ up 52, S&P up 5. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Market upheavals.
The narrative is driven by uncertainty about the virus.
Political reversals.
It's not clear that some of the Republicans up on the Hill are agreed with the Republican White House.
Economic shifts.
The macro clearly being driven by the coronavirus outbreak.
Everything seems to be in motion.
Will it also mean a global recession in your view now?
But here, you're on solid ground.
Looking forward to guiding you through all of this.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio. I'm David Weston. Well, New York City takes a big step toward opening up today, even as the number of COVID-19 cases is spiking up in some places like Florida and Texas and Arizona. To get a read on whether we really have our arms around this disease, we welcome now Michael Kinch. He's Associate Chancellor and Professor of Biochemistry and Molecular Biophysics at Washington University in St. Louis. He also, very importantly, the author of Between Hope and Fear, The History of Vaccines and Human Immunity. So, Dr. Kinch, thank you so much for being with us. Give us a sense about how you read this spike up in cases. The absolute numbers still are not that high, but the direction seems to be disturbing in Florida, in Texas, in Arizona. Are we in for trouble?
We are, unfortunately, and it looks like we are still, people keep talking about the second wave. We're still riding the first wave. It's just that wave is now hitting places that it had not hit so hard before. So the second wave probably isn't going to come in until fall, and the fact that our numbers are now nearing their peaks in March and April is not a very good sign, unfortunately.
Was the shutdown effective, or were there other ways we could have gotten to a similar result through social distancing and use of masks and things like that?
I think the evidence shows that the shutdown was very effective. The problem is that we have become very impatient, and understandably so. I mean, we've all been cooped up for months now, and I think that urge to get outside, especially as the weather became nicer, has revealed itself in this reverse in the trends. Now, one positive thing is that we're not yet seeing a rise in deaths. And so that's a suggestion that the therapeutic attempts to subvert this disease are starting to work.
So give us a sense about what the right way to prepare, besides getting enough protective equipment together, getting ventilators and things like that. What's the right way to prepare for a possible surge here? We have two different approaches. One is a vaccine that will essentially create immunity. That's what you wrote your book on. Another is treatment, palliative treatment to really protect people from getting more severe versions. The administration right now apparently is backing vaccine, perhaps the exclusion of treatment. What should we be doing?
We need to really have a balanced portfolio, just as any investor would know. And that balanced portfolio, unfortunately, is something that, from my perspective, is completely lacking right now. We are placing a lot of emphasis upon vaccines, and that's great in the long run. And I am a big proponent of vaccines, but there are a couple of risks. One is that this disease might not be vaccinable. It may be that we can't develop a vaccine. There's no evidence of that. But we have to be prepared for that possibility. The other thing, and I've commented about this a few times now, is that we are putting really all of our eggs in one basket, in that the type of vaccine that we're going after is very much, most of the companies in Europe and the United States are attacking what's known as the spike protein with a vaccine, with the idea of blocking the ability of the virus to infect cells. Other countries, and specifically China, are looking at killed vaccine, which historically has a much better success rate. And I think the real danger that we're looking at is that our portfolio is not balanced at all. We should have more inactivated vaccines and fewer whiz-bang technologies that are going after, like these RNA and DNA vaccines. And I'm afraid that we're not, as a society, looking at the portfolio as broadly as we should.
So you make a really powerful point that I suspect people won't want to hear, which is there are some diseases that perhaps you can't get a vaccine for. You worked on HIV, for example, early on. We never did get a vaccine for HIV, did we?
We did not. And what we ended up having to do was we instead balanced our portfolio and said, let's go after therapeutics that work, that are in the existing set of drugs available to us. What's known as drug repurposing. And that's what we're doing early on with COVID. And then we started to develop drugs that were specific for COVID and that would be even better than that first generation. And that's, again, where we have to have a fully balanced portfolio, both overall, comparing vaccines with therapeutics, but then also within the vaccines having different approaches that we use.
We've talked about this before, but give us an update. What do you think the likely time horizon before we know whether we can get a vaccine is or not?
So it's likely that the yes-no answer will be available probably at the end of the year or midway, sometime between, let's say, December and June. That'll be when we know that we can develop a vaccine. Then the question is going to come to scaling that up and being able to deliver it. And, again, when we're talking about giving a vaccine out, we have to have the infrastructure available to not just have the vaccine, but to have all the vials and all the stoppers and all the syringes. And I haven't really heard as much conversation about that, the logistics, the fundamental logistics of how you both make the vaccine and distribute it. And that would probably, I can't imagine being into full effect until or before early next summer, perhaps a year after that.
So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we have an historian in one sense of vaccines. I have read now in 1957 there was actually an epidemic. And in fact, we developed a vaccine right quick, as I understand it, and got it really particularly administered to the military. What happened there? Why is that different from this time?
That is a little bit different because that was a variation on the influenza virus vaccine. So the 57 outbreak was an outbreak of influenza. It was just a pandemic strain. Now, here we're not talking about modifying an existing flu vaccine. We're talking about having to develop a brand new type of vaccine for a brand new type of virus.
So if you were advising the President of the United States right now, besides having a balanced portfolio, as you described it, pursuing both treatment and vaccine at the same time, what advice would you be giving about really trying to keep down that transmission rate? As I understand that R number is critical. You want to keep it under 1 if you can. You start getting much over 1, you got a problem.
Yeah, I think what we really need to do is we need to think about hyper-localized reactions. And what I mean by that is you don't have to necessarily shut down the entire nation, but in areas where there are bad outbreaks, where the curve is starting to move upwards again, we need to have the ability to clamp down on that. And that's going to extend beyond presidential power. That's going to require governors to be on board, mayors to be on board. And so I think that we really need to not think nationally, but we need to think locally with all of these outbreaks and quashing them one at a time. We're really playing whack-a-mole right now.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really great to have you with us. That's Michael Kinch. He is Associate of Chancellor and Professor of Biochemistry at Washington University, and he's also the author, as I said, of the great book, Between Hope and Fear, A History of the Vaccine and Human Immunity. And now it's time for Bloomberg First Word News, and for that we go to Karina Mitchell. Karina?
Okay, David, thank you. While the race for a vaccine is on here in New York City, as you know, phase 2 of the reopening has begun. Office workers can return to their desks after 3 months of lockdown. Many will still be working from home, however. Companies are taking it slow while they're figuring out the safety issues. Meanwhile, New Yorkers also can eat at restaurants again, but only at outdoor tables. Meanwhile, in Florida, the coronavirus pandemic is showing no signs of slowing down. The state now has more than 100,000 confirmed cases and nearly 3,200 deaths. Florida has had nearly 23,000 new cases in just the past 7 days, the highest level ever. And Greece's travel industry came to an almost complete standstill in April. The Bank of Greece says travel receipts stood at just 7 million euros in April, compared with 544 million euros in the same month last year. That's a drop of almost 99%. Greece's economy depends heavily on tourism. After an early lockdown imposed in early March kept coronavirus deaths and serious illnesses at low levels, the country is now reopening to visitors from overseas. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. David.
Thank you so much, Karina. Well, Bloomberg Invest is going on today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We're going to have some of the top leading voices in the finance world. And today, we're going to hear from Steve Schwartzman as well as Jim Chanos. That's coming up on Bloomberg Invest, and we'll bring it to you here on Bloomberg Television and on radio. This is Balance of Power.
Reopenings. Is there a likelihood?
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Monday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Take this sunshine as an omen and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
Listen, that's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing, so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
Heroes. They're the ones we turn to in our darkest hour. Like when you blow a fuse and the lights go off. From electrics to heating, plumbing to plastering, at Local Heroes, every job completed by an expert tradesperson comes with a 12-month British Gas guarantee when you pay online. So if it needs fixing, there's a Local Hero for that. To get a quote, search Local Heroes. Terms and conditions apply.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Who says only the experts get to do the talking? On the Scuttle Puck NHL Hockey Podcast, irreverent outsiders Mike Bond and Dale Horde give their untrained opinions on all things hockey from the fans' perspective.
I don't know how you get those guys out of there. And Crosby, as great as he's been, it's just such a different era, so it's tough with the... he didn't have the crazy number of points that Orr, Lemieux, and Gretzky did. They just...
Search Scuttle Puck on TuneIn to listen.
As the science and medical world continues to learn more about COVID-19, we're all learning how to best live with it. Because the news is always changing, TuneIn helps you make sure you're getting the latest information on the pandemic with live streams of CNN, MSNBC, BBC, and more. Plus, evidence-driven podcasts like Coronavirus, Fact versus Fiction, and Podcast 19 for the latest stories and reports. Search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Stay close to College Hoops Conversation with College Basketball Talk Podcast from NBC Sports. Join Rob Dowster and Bobby Reagan for weekly recaps of what's happening in every conference. Nostalgic flashbacks to classic games. And big picture discussions of the future of the sport.
Always knew was a legend, and you always knew was one of the great coaches because everyone always told you how great this coach was. But he never really reached point of either.
Search College Basketball Talk on TuneIn to listen.
Ready for some straight talk on what's happening in the MLB? On the Barstool Sports Podcast starting 9, Dallas Braden and Jared Carabas cut through the BS to break down the league the way they really see it.
Yeah, we're continuing our little mini-series of college baseball coaches in addition to bringing you major league players from throughout the league. If you've been listening to Starting 9 for some time now, you know that we've had a big leaguer on every single episode for probably 2 years now.
Search Starting 9 on TuneIn to listen.
This is Mike Golick Jr. from ESPN's Golick and Wingo. Every morning, Wingo, Dad, and I sit down and discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golick and Wingo to start listening today.
Losing his job, and so he ran into a bit of difficulty. We welcome now Greg Farrell, who's an investigative reporter for Bloomberg, really covers the Southern District of New York. So it's a little embarrassing. He's trying to get Jay Clayton, the head of the SEC, in. He hadn't mentioned to Mr. Berman he was out of a job. Greg.
Yes, that's a
Right. Everybody knows the broad brush facts of the story that you just outlined. But the weird thing is that Barr made an announcement Friday that Berman had resigned, and that was factually incorrect. That's not a good look for the Attorney General of the United States. And he'd been battling, back and forth with accounts of what happened in Lafayette Square a few weeks earlier. It's just the way this was handled. Even if there's, no suspicion about what's going on or whether there's any kind of cover-up, it's just, a badly handled bungling of, a replacement of the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District.
Well, it's interesting. There are certainly some sensitive issues pending before the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, and one might jump to the conclusion, as perhaps some Democrats are, that really this has to do with politics. On the other hand, the word out of the White House is no, he's just like a golfing buddy of the president's, Jay Clayton, who's done a terrific job as SEC chair, in my view at least.
Yes, well, there's a couple of things going on here. One is that, yes, the Southern District of New York, under Berman, who is not only a Trump appointee, who was never confirmed by the Senate, but a Trump appointee who met with Trump as part of the interview process. And that caused a lot of people to be concerned about whether Berman himself 3 years ago would be able to be independent. And he certainly has. He recused himself from, certain investigations, particularly one into Michael Cohen, Trump's lawyer, who was convicted of, campaign finance violations on behalf of Trump. So there's that. There's an investigation that involves a couple of pals of Rudy Giuliani's that's there. There's a number of other things that are just below the surface. So, that's it's easy enough for, congressmen Democrats to glom onto that and assume that there's some kind of a cover-up going on. On the other hand, Clayton, yes, very in an administration which has had lots of turmoil throughout many different departments. Clayton has been a bit of a breath of fresh air. Someone who's been non-controversial. He's well regarded. The job he's done at the SEC. The problem now is with his name in the mix for this. It looks like if you take a negative view of it, that he's being set up to be brought in to oversee an office with the conspiracy theory is that so that nothing bad will happen to the president, and it's almost like he's cast in that position now. It's almost a poison chalice. Even if it went ahead and his name was submitted to the Senate, he'd have difficulty getting confirmed this fall during an election season, and then B, it already looks tainted. So that's kind of an unfortunate byproduct of this is that Jay Clayton ends up being thrust in this position where something that might have been a nice promotion or appointment for him now has a very different, public relations meaning, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's a tough job no matter what, but going into it under those circumstances really could be challenging. Thank you so much to Bloomberg's Greg Farrell. Coming up here, the United States and Russia are going to be back at the bargaining table in Vienna this week over arms negotiations. We welcome the former ambassador to Russia, Thomas Pickering. That's next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Gathering world-renowned experts takes effort.
We have the perfect person.
Asking them the right questions takes Carol Masser and Jason Kelly.
Is this possibly early indications of a second wave?
Bloomberg Business Week.
Silicon Valley will be forever changed by this pandemic. What's your take?
Are they paying off their balances?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern.
That is a significant shift.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm
Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/C's Change.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Russia and the United States returned to the bargaining table in Vienna this week to talk about arms control, something they haven't talked about in a while. To get a perspective on what we might expect, welcome now Ambassador Thomas Pickering. Mr. Pickering has been ambassador to the United Nations, to Russia, to India, to Israel, among other countries. And he also holds the rank of career ambassador, which is the highest rank in the U.S. Foreign Service. So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much for being with us. Set the table for it, as it were. What is on the agenda for this negotiation, and what realistically can the United States expect to accomplish in these negotiations?
Thank you, David. Most logically, and the most important event on the agenda has to be whether, in fact, the U.S. will go along with a very deep Russian interest in extending for another 5 years a very important agreement called New START, which sets overall limits on the number of delivery vehicles that each side can have in the nuclear equation between them. It's a treaty which is based on a tough negotiation, very favorable inspection arrangements for the United States. Were it to go, we would see the disappearance of the last arrangement coming through and beyond the Cold War to provide those elements of stability in U.S.-Russian nuclear relations, clearly very badly needed, in large measure as a result of how close we came to misuse of nuclear weapons, if I can phrase it that way, back in 1992 on Cuba, where Khrushchev sent nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles to Cuba. It was a harrowing and very challenging experience, and one that almost all of us who think very clearly, I hope, about U.S.-Russian relations would not like to see repeated. So there is an opportunity to renew. Mr. Putin has said he's ready to do so with no preconditions for another 5 years. It is an important way for the president to chalk up a win if he is interested in a win. The real problem, of course, is that this was an agreement reached under Mr. Obama, and as a result carries that burden, if I could phrase it that way, with the president, who doesn't seem to be interested in building on anything that's out there that was put in place by somebody like Mr. Obama. A really unfortunate approach to the question of strategic stability, something that we all ought to be interested in, even in the midst of the COVID virus, which has sort of sucked most of the ether out of a discussion of other issues.
Mr. Ambassador, it's not just a matter of reluctance to build upon, but also to take away from. I mean, there's a history here between President Trump and President Putin involving the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, where the United States pulled out of that. That's not a very pretty one. Are those two just entirely separate, or could the one spill over into the other?
The two are entirely separate. On the other hand, one, and what we do about it, the INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, it covers delivery vehicles between 500 and 5,000 kilometers range for nuclear weapons, was going to be a test case. Could we continue it or not? In that treaty, each side argued that the other side was violating it. And most of us who spent time thinking about it saw there was a path through those particular questions, including changes in posture in places where violations were either charged or where they could be dispelled by changes in posture on both sides. The New START agreement doesn't require any of that. It is merely a treaty that's working very well, that provides us a great deal of reassurance about the Russian nuclear posture, and something in the absence of it, our generals who are in charge of the
Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties there. Let's see if we can get Ambassador Pickering back. Right, this is a digital breakup here that we're listening to. We'll see if we can get Ambassador Pickering here. We'll see if we can get Ambassador Pickering back. I apologize. We have certain digital challenges working from home here, but that is Ambassador Thomas Pickering, who really knows international negotiations, particularly arms negotiations. One of the questions beyond the relationship between the United States and Russia is also, does China need to be brought in it? Let's be frank, the START Treaty was enacted at a time in a different world than we have right now. We have China, a resurgent of China, really moving forward, not just in trade, not just economically, but also geopolitically, the South China Sea and elsewhere, and has a significant nuclear arsenal itself. And so one of the questions is, can they really, the parties, come together in Vienna, just Russia and the United States, without China having some role at the table? Something that has been suggested in the past is necessary. There's a whole range of issues now facing President Trump as we look toward the November elections. And certainly some of them are foreign policy, not just with the nuclear arms limitation talks in Vienna, but also, of course, with China more generally, the South China Sea that I mentioned, also North Korea, a very difficult, challenging situation that President Trump thought he was moving forward on, although it appears that he's not making progress right now. Kim Jong-un is actually, if anything, getting more and more belligerent toward the United States. We certainly haven't approached the direction that President Trump really long sought, which was really have them denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. So a lot of foreign policy issues, as well as domestic issues, that President Trump is confronting, and we'll see the extent to which that really affects the election. That does it for the first hour of Balance of Power. We'll continue on in the second hour on radio. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Gucci's parent company, Kering, has named Harry Potter actress Emma Watson and former Credit Suisse CEO Tidjane Thiam to its board. Jean Liu, president of Didi Chuxing, the Chinese ride-hailing service, was also named a director. The appointments come as companies are also seeking to boost diversity on their boards, and as the luxury industry struggles to bounce back from the COVID-19 crisis, which shut stores in China and other key markets for weeks. Fewer foreign tourists could hurt Europe's fashion capitals of London, Paris, and Milan, while social distancing means photo fittings for bespoke suits. Difficult questions remain over how a global industry promising personalized services will adapt to a pandemic that's changing the way people interact and travel, possibly forever. Global sales of personal luxury goods reached a record high of $315 billion last year, according to Bain & Company, which now estimates sales could fall as much as 35% this year. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Working from home, take a little more time for breakfast. Tom Keene.
How will this pandemic change your NASDAQ?
Jonathan Farrow.
When you look at that sector, some of these companies won't exist, will they?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
They've only continued to increase the delinquencies and defaults.
Crunch data topped with fresh world news. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Philadelphia. Local time is 3:05 p.m. and the temperature is 67 degrees. At this time, you are now free to use your cellular devices.
You know that feeling when you get to turn your phone on after the plane lands? You can have that feeling every time you drive. Make sure your cell phone is stowed away whenever you are behind the wheel.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Wall Street kicks off the new trading week with gains. We are at session highs. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Technology shares pulling broad U.S. equity indexes higher as investors pile into companies with strong balance sheets and better prospects in an economy where work from home remains part of the norm. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.6%. Adobe, Amazon, Square, all trading at records. As for the market backdrop, Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets.
I think the market is really just kind of lurching from headlines day to day. Of course, we've got the reopening accelerated in New York City today, so I suspect that's generating some excitement and just a general refocusing on the economy at the moment.
S&P 500 index up 18 at 3115. That is a gain of 0.6%. The Dow at 26,001, up 130 points, higher by 0.5%. NASDAQ up another 91 points, up 0.9%, bringing its year-to-date gain to almost 11.9%. 10-year yield 0.69%. We've got gold up 0.6%, 17.54 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, now above $40, 40.06 a barrel. Virgin Galactic shares surging after the company announced a deal with NASA to develop private trips to the International Space Station. The company said, quote, such private astronaut experiences could range from citizen expeditions to government-enabled scientific research missions. Shares of Virgin Galactic, which uses the ticker SPCE as in space, up by 13.7%. Recapping, S&P up 18, up 0.6%, 102 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. Here he is working from home on a Monday, Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are rising more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is up 0.8%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6%. China's Semiconductor Manufacturing International has advanced 5.1% in U.S. trading. The chipmaker won approval to list on a Shanghai Stock Exchange market for technology companies in connection with a planned share sale valued at $2.8 billion. France's PSA Group has climbed 6.8%. The owner of the car maker Peugeot was raised to buy from neutral at UK-based research firm Redburn. The firm also upgraded Fiat Chrysler, which has gained 4.4%. China's ZTE has fallen 5.4%. The phone equipment maker's ADRs are lower after rising last week by 28%, reflecting optimism about its work on next-generation semiconductors. Now, ZTE reiterated that it isn't able to produce the chips. And Germany's Wirecard has plunged 43%. The payment processor said the equivalent of $2.1 billion in cash that was found to be missing last week probably doesn't exist. And today's decline is on top of last week's tumble of 73.5% in the ADRs, Charlie.
Dave Wilson keeping track of those American depository receipts. Recapping equities higher, S&P up 20, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
Everybody in the world has one common enemy, and that's to win the war against this virus.
The first thing you do is listen to the medical professionals.
Those people that lost their pay, we want to see that pay continued.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
Our priority is the health and well-being and the lives of the American people.
We want to make sure that we are continuing to support our hospitals.
We've unleashed our most potent weapon of all, the courage of the American people.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
Markets weigh a reopening of the economy against concerns of spikes in the coronavirus. The U.S. takes action against China for its treatment of the Uyghur minority, and President Trump has a disappointing turnout for his campaign rally in Tulsa. From New York, welcome to the second hour of Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. President Trump held his first open campaign rally over the weekend in Tulsa, and predictions of a full arena turned out to be way too optimistic, as supporters filled fewer than a third of the 19,000 seats. To take us through what this might say about the Trump re-election effort, we welcome now Jeannie Zaino. She's Bloomberg political contributor and professor of political science at Iona College. Jeannie, always great to have you with us. So what did you make out of it? It seemed to be pretty disappointing from the Trump point of view.
Absolutely. I mean, they had billed this thing, or now we realize overbilled this as, the campaign, really the kickoff of the campaign after coming out of COVID, after the pandemic. And we had been told repeatedly, and the president had said it, as had his campaign, that there would be about 1 million people who had asked for tickets. They were expecting not only to have the 19,000 in the stadium, or in the arena rather, but to have an overflow outside that he would also address. And of course, as you mentioned, we now know there were less than 7,000 people in attendance. We don't want to take away from the fact there were many people viewing it at home, but we know now that the president and his campaign are very, very frustrated with what happened, and there's a lot of finger pointing now inside the campaign in terms of who has to take responsibility for this, and I think in the end somebody will.
Jeannie, it's just one rally, one data point, as they say, so it doesn't at all determine what happens in the campaign. But is it possible this is more than just a counting problem or an anticipation problem? Is it possible that even some of Trump's most diehard supporters are saying, we're really worried about the coronavirus, and could that say something about his challenges come November?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's a combination of things, but I think the most important thing is that people are still not sure, because obviously people in medicine have told us otherwise, that you should be going to indoor events with lots and lots of people. Not to mention the fact that right before the rally, news was released that 6 members of the Trump's campaign that were setting up in Tulsa had gotten coronavirus or tested positive. So you sort of couple those things, and it's understandable people would not be excited about going into that sort of arena and rather watch it online or watch it on TV. And the other part of this, of course, is that the president's poll numbers have been really, really low, and Joe Biden has been doing really well, particularly in swing states, and we still don't know how much we can trust these polls. But that's also part of this is, the president sort of dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic and all of the things that have come out in the last few weeks against him, and not able to get people to these rallies. And normally this wouldn't be as big of a story, but of course President Trump really focuses from the inauguration on up on how many people attend his events. So for him, more than anybody, this is a big deal.
Well, one of the things that's a really big deal is the Bloomberg Invest, Jeannie, and so we're going to go over to that. I hope you'll forgive me, but we're having Bloomberg Invest right now. That's Jeannie Zaino. She's our political contributor, and she is a real godsend, I'll tell you. But in the meantime, Bloomberg Invest has started, and our colleague Jason Kelly is going to be talking with Steve Schwartzman. We'll go over to that now.
A moment to register your responses. We're going to have a poll question for you at the end of the first session. And please engage with us on Twitter. I'm at Jason Kelly News. The hashtag for this event is Bloomberg Invest. Well, to help set the stage for today's conversations, I'd like to welcome Christina Hooper. She is the Chief Global Market Strategist for Invesco US.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Christina Hooper, Chief Global Market Strategist at Invesco. Thank you for joining us at Bloomberg Live Invest. Over the next 3 days, Invesco QQQ will set the stage for the next hour of programming by sharing our unique insights and perspective on weathering market turbulence in COVID-19. In just a few moments, you'll be getting an economic outlook from Steve Schwartzman and others. But before you dive into the macro view, I'd like to share with you our thoughts on the U.S. economy. I believe that the shape of the economic recovery in large part will be dictated by 2 key factors. One, whether or not we get ongoing fiscal stimulus, and number 2, whether or not we are able to tamp down any resurgences in the virus. So let's start with fiscal stimulus. If you look at the first chart, what you see is that the United States has provided ample fiscal stimulus thus far, especially direct fiscal stimulus as compared to other countries as a percentage of GDP. But it would be a mistake to assume that that is enough, even though we've gotten some very positive economic data of late, including the May jobs report and May retail sales. If you dive down into the May jobs report, what you see is jobs created, some by the reopening of the economy, but some clearly as a result of fiscal stimulus programs such as PPP, which are very short-lived. In addition, the May jobs report shows a significant loss in government jobs. And that's actually a continuation of what we saw in April. In total, for those 2 months, more than 1 million government jobs have been lost. And that should be no surprise given that state and local governments are under tremendous pressure. And some have balanced budget requirements. So we should expect, if they don't get any more funding, we should expect the hemorrhaging of government jobs to continue. I also think it's important to point out that American households, a large cohort of them, are financially fragile. A recent Fed survey showed that 37% of American households would not be able to meet a $400 unanticipated expense with savings. They would have to sell something or borrow in order to pay that expense. And that's very concerning given the kind of dramatic unemployment we've seen as a result of this pandemic. So fiscal stimulus is absolutely necessary. On the docket, up for consideration by the Senate, is the HEROES Act. This has been passed by the House. Now, it's largely viewed as a Democratic wish list, but I do believe if you look at this HEROES Act slide, you'll see the components of this proposed legislation. And some are important and worthy of consideration and really being passed, including that state and local government funding, as well as assistance for households hit by this virus, including ongoing benefits. That's going to be critical. Of course, the second factor that will impact the shape of the economic recovery is our ability to control any kind of resurgence in the virus. And that actually requires a contact tracing infrastructure that is substantial. And we can look to South Korea as the gold standard for that in terms of having an extensive contact tracing infrastructure that has enabled it to tamp down rather quickly a resurgence in the virus in early May. If we're not able to effectively do that, we could see the reimposition of lockdowns. And of course, we could also see an erosion in consumer confidence, all of which would be very bad for economic activity. I'm optimistic that with innovation and cooperation, we'll ultimately find effective therapies and a vaccine for this. But until then, having that contact tracing infrastructure is critical. Well, thank you again for attending, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day's conversations.
All right. Well, Christina, thank you so much. Well, let's get on to it because I am so excited to kick this all off with a guy that I've known for quite some time. He is the chairman, the co-founder, the CEO of the Blackstone Group, Steve Schwartzman, joining me. Steve, how are you?
I'm fine. Jason, it's good to see you today.
I know, it's great to see you. You look great. I feel like, if nothing else, this is a different world because you and I are sitting here talking to each other, not wearing ties. We're not in the same place. Tell me a little bit before I start asking you all sorts of questions about the investment environment. How has this all been for you?
Well, this has been a pretty remarkable environment. Imagine, sort of around last year end, if somebody told you that we were going to have the voluntary closing of the world's economy, with certain exceptions to just keep food moving and other things, you would say something like that couldn't happen. And if it did, it would result in a global depression. And it just wasn't on the page. And in effect, those directions to almost every country to stop your economy did occur, and unemployment has gone up massively. But we haven't had a depression, and the reason for that is that we've learned from the past, and you've had massive government intervention, massive transfers of trillions of dollars of monies to people who need it to, in effect, replace the lost revenue from shutting our economies. And that first big stimulus bill in the United States, followed by really very, very large follow-on by the central bank in the United States, the Fed, is pumping unprecedented peacetime monies into economies. And in fact, the amount of deposits in banks, because money was transferred to people, has exploded. And so we are awash with liquidity that was necessary. To give you some idea, U.S. GDP is around $21 trillion a year, and say we miss a quarter or more. So we're sort of missing $6 trillion coming in, and somebody's got to fill that hole, and that's what all these stimulus bills and the Fed, in effect, are doing in a very simple way. And so we've had this dramatic collapse. Stock market's down 34, and now it's bounced up as if nothing had occurred because of the liquidity and support from the Fed, and also
so let me ask you about that. So Steve, if I may, that specific point is one that I really feel like I want to understand from your perspective, which is this apparent disconnect with every headline that we're reading every day related to virus cases going up, this medical crisis, this health crisis that we're going through, and a stock market, if I even just look at my own 401k, that has rebounded. Is it just basically the liquidity that's been pumped into the system? Help me understand this gap.
Yeah, I think it's mostly the liquidity that's in the system, and also some elements of confidence. In other words, you have 130 vaccines that are in the process of development. The fact that we'll go 0 for 130 really seems remote. There are 3 different types of vaccines, and so I think people are much more optimistic that's going to occur on a time frame that's way different than the development of vaccines was in the past, where the fastest one was like 4.5 years, and people have optimism that within the next 9 months we'll have enough positive, could be a year, outcomes from trials that you'll get there within a year to start really producing large-scale vaccine. And there's other therapeutic breakthroughs that are occurring if you get the virus. The second thing I'd say about these cases going up, how could one believe they wouldn't? I don't find that surprising. People have been locked up in their homes for 2 to 3 months. And when you let them out, there'll be more socialization, and people won't understand truly that this can get them sick. And once they see that, and the appropriate government response will be to first really warn people. In democracies, apparently, they like to see bad things happen before people in democracies actually respond. So I completely expected this to happen. I think the markets did as well. And that will be put under better control because there's no option. Nobody really wants to get sick. And so you'll have change in behavior as the number of cases goes up, and eventually that'll be beaten down. But I think you'll also see a big V in terms of the economy going up for the next few months because it's been closed. And as people are allowed to go back, the economy will really respond a lot. But there's only so much the economy that's highly complex can respond, just because not all things go up equally, and it will take quite a while before we sync up and get back to 2019 levels.
So, Steve, when I think about your experience, I know that Blackstone is a place where you're always looking at opportunities and new opportunities in many ways. I think back to the turn of this century and the big bet and a lot of investment you made in real estate. I think about the last financial crisis and how heavily you invested into credit and distress through GSO and other means. What's something that you're doing now, take us inside Blackstone, that might help us understand the opportunities that exist in this latest crisis?
Yeah, well, this one's different. They're always different. And, you know, the easy things to have been doing was, you know, when you hit that bottom, even if you didn't know it was the bottom, to be making significant investments. We reported just at the end of the first quarter that we'd invested $11 billion in effect liquid securities. And that's, of course, had a very happy outcome. And you know, we did more in addition to that. And that's sort of the first stage. I think each of our businesses are now seeing interesting opportunities. And you know, as technology is changing things and people are staying home more, the areas where you'd want to invest, whether it's technology or healthcare, are being modified. Certain older economies that are bound to be disrupted, those types of companies are places where, unless you have a really remarkable management, you'd be wanting to stay away from. We can see different parts of the economy opening faster. Some things were closed completely. Interestingly, in the hotel business, we owned one hotel in Las Vegas, completely closed. The first weekend it opened, it was 45% filled. That's an astonishing thing because Las Vegas was barely open. So there will be some surprises, not all hotels. But as you look at the gradation, places where you can drive will recover much faster. Places where you have to fly will recover much slower. And if you have to fly over oceans, those will be the slowest recovering types of investments. So each of our businesses is starting to really put out money, our business lines, and there's a much better tone. To do a lot of private investing, there has to be some confidence on both sides. Sellers have to believe they're getting fair value, and the people who are buying think they're getting fair value. So there's an overlap. Typically what happens, as you know, Jason, if you're doing private investing, that sellers don't like to sell at bottoms. You can buy liquid securities. You can buy debt securities of CMBS and other things that are stacks where you can, find the security where you think it has the most upside, even if it's gone up halfway from where it started. Some of these will continue to go up, and others have already returned to par. So it's an issue of figuring out which of the underlying businesses are going to return to health. We're taking a basic view that it's not particularly interesting to buy securities in what are really challenged businesses, challenged business models. And those things trade at very deep discounts. And if those companies make it, that's a good thing. But the chance that some of these will recover as nicely as you want is perhaps compromised in this cycle because of the impact of technology and change behavior of people. We've made a huge amount of money continuing to build our warehouse platform. We're either the largest in the world or the second. We We bought about 1 billion square feet of warehouses. Why did we do that over the last 10 years? Because we saw the online business exploding, and we saw concomitantly that regular retail was going to get really hurt as consumer changed. The pandemic has accelerated trends that might have taken 5 years and made it happen in 3 months. And so we're very mindful of these types of changes and are investing around those type of those changes.
So, Steve, when you think about how Wall Street may change out of this, it clearly changed after the financial crisis, and candidly, Blackstone was a big beneficiary of that. Your business grew at an enormous rate. How does the investing world, how does Wall Street change on the back of this particular crisis, in your estimation?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, if you take the different parts of Wall Street, take the banking community. I think the banking community went into this crisis very strong, and they're going to come out strong. And so that's a big change from the last financial crisis. In the money management area, I think that the index fund business will continue to gain share because it's not been bad at all to be long equities. And by the same token, the alternative class will also continue to attract a lot of money. The long-only managers in the middle were sort of disadvantaged. I think their performance will end up being better than people thought. So there'll be a little more stability, but the basic trends of index funds and alternatives will continue. I don't think you'll see that many mergers in the money management area, and the brokerage area has pretty well been consolidated. So I don't think there are going to be enormous changes coming out of that. You'll continue to see more and more money being managed using quantitative techniques. It's already up to around a third. It could go a little higher.
So what do you do? And do you expand? I mean, you've expanded in every downturn pretty meaningfully. Are you looking for things to buy at this point? Are you looking for other businesses to expand into at Blackstone?
Well, we've set some seeds for expansion before we went into this, because we thought we knew where the world would present opportunity. And one of those areas is in life sciences. And we just finished raising, or about to finish, a life science fund, and that kind of focus of the world with all the vaccine, and everyone's now an amateur expert in sort of COVID and what we have to do for the future. So that whole healthcare business is going to really grow, and growth equities, the use of technology and rapidly growing companies is going to do very well, we believe, and we're raising a pool for that. And we'll see what comes out of this crisis. One of the things about starting a new business, which I guess we've done in the financial area about as much as anybody, is you have to see what starts occurring. Some of these trends you just can't miss, and how you play them is what's to be determined. At the moment, we're quite well placed, but it's almost like you can't find enough of disruptor types of technologies and applications of those for people, and fintech, and a variety of things that take advantage of this kind of change world is where one has to move. I'll tell you one other thing that we've learned, which is that the quality of management at a time of disruption is more key than it ever was. if you have relatively stable positions in markets and products, your management could be good, not great, and life will go on because you're either patent protected or process protected. But in a world where everything appears to be challenged, whether you're the disruptor or the disrupted, the quality of the people managing that change, reacting to that change, takes a completely different amount of importance. And you know, we're going to pay even more attention because great managers can create great results, and okay managers, which used to be okay, will not have okay results.
We have been listening to Steve Schwartzman of Blackstone in conversation with our colleague Jason Kelly. This is part of the Bloomberg Invest event, which is going on through the afternoon and tomorrow and Wednesday. You can follow yourself on your Bloomberg by typing in Live Go. And we here at Bloomberg Radio will come back to this event when Jim Chanos of Kinnikos will be talking later on in the hour. But in the meantime, we really need a market check. And for that, we go to Charlie Pellet.
All right. I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got NASDAQ at a record. The Dow, the S&P, all pushing higher right now. Technology stocks pulling broad U.S. equity indexes higher as investors pile into companies with strong balance sheets and better prospects in an economy where work from home remains part of the norm. We've got both Netflix and Zoom video communications, both trading at records, also at records. We've got Adobe, Amazon, and Square. NASDAQ heading for its 7th straight advance in the longest rally of the year. So here's where we stand right now. The S&P 500 index is up 15 points, up 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 114 points, up 0.5%. Off session highs, NASDAQ up 82. That is a gain of 0.8%. Now at 10,028. 10-year down 230 seconds. The yield now 0.70%. Gold is up 0.6%, higher by $10 the ounce at $17.54. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1% right now, $40.15 a barrel. Well, as for the overall market backdrop and the economic outlook, James Sweeney is chief economist at Credit Suisse Securities. And on Bloomberg Television this morning, he told us it is difficult to make a forecast for the fourth quarter.
You know, we have ongoing contagion, accelerating contagion in many states. And could that lead to more shutdowns? Even without more shutdowns, could it lead to people staying home to the extent where we don't have the full recovery, the full post-shutdown normalization we were hoping for? And then you have the election as well. So I think you have to put large error bands around any forecast for the fourth quarter this year.
On a day when the rest of the stock market is higher, travel and tourism shares are lower. Among them, cruise lines, Carnival, for example, down 4.5%. Royal Caribbean down 6.5%. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings lower now by 6.3%. American Airlines says it will raise $3.5 billion in new financing, diverging from its recent reliance on federal aid as the coronavirus pandemic suppresses travel demand. American Airlines shares lower, along with other airlines. American down 5.5%. UAL is down 0.8%. Delta is down 0.1%. Southwest Airlines, among the big four, is higher by 0.2%. Delta says it will be resuming flights between the U.S. and China on Thursday, June 25th. Again, recapping here, we've got equities higher across the board. In fact, NASDAQ at a record. S&P up 15, up by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much to Charlie Pellet. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. I'm David Weston. China has been repressing its Uyghur population for many years. And after years of complaints from the international community, last week, President Trump signed into law the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, which authorizes sanctions in an attempt to change that pattern of behavior from China. We welcome now Nuri Turkel. He is a member of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. Mr. Turkel is a former president of the Uyghur American Association. So welcome, Mr. Commissioner. Good to have you with us. Tell us, those of us who haven't followed it closely, exactly what this act does.
Thank you very much for having me on the program. This is the first time a legislative body, such as the U.S. Congress, put in place a legislative mandate to protect Uyghur people's social, economic, and political rights. This is so significant and on multiple fronts. Personally, it's a very significant bill. So what this bill does, specifically, a few things. One, to upgrade the Uyghur issue in the U.S.-China relations. And then the second key aspect is the enforcement of the Global Magnitsky Act that sanctions government officials for human rights abuses as well as the entities. And then the third, this bill will require the law enforcement, the FBI, to investigate the Chinese intrusion in the American Uyghur community that includes harassment, intimidation of the Uyghurs who are speaking up against the Chinese authorities or engaging in a peaceful political activities in the United States. And also one important aspect of this bill also requires the Director of National Intelligence to investigate the refoulement of Uyghur refugees and as well as the forced labor issue. So one of the most immediately applicable provision of this bill is to impose sanction on Chinese officials and entities who are responsible for the building and expansion and management of the ongoing crisis, the genocidal policies, also the concentration camps that the Chinese government has built in the last 2 or 3 years.
So Commissioner Turkle, I think most of us have heard about the concentration camps, those camps out in the west of China, where they really rounded up Uyghurs and put them in a concentrated area. I'm not sure most of us had heard about possible Chinese government action against Uyghurs on U.S. soil. Explain that to us, because that came as something that was a surprise to me. I didn't know that was happening.
So the Chinese government have been repressing the Uyghur people and domestically and internationally. Domestically, they built the concentration camps and also surveilling the Uyghurs, every aspect of Uyghurs' lives through this surveillance state that they built. And internationally, they are doing 3 things. One, they are pressuring the Uyghur families, the Uyghur individuals whose family members have disappeared into the camps, to stay quiet. And then 2, they're pressuring those who have already been active to stop engaging in so-called anti-China activities. If they fail to do that, if they don't comply, their family members either will be locked up in the concentration camps or there will be retaliations against them. And then third, they also try to recruit Uyghur individuals to report the political activities of the Uyghurs here at home, Europe, Australia, elsewhere, back to the Chinese government. So the Uyghur Human Rights Project published a report last year detailing some of the individual stories with evidence, the WeChat text messages, voice messages, and some specific harassments that the Uyghur Americans have been subjected to. So this is the first time, actually, I'm very pleased to underline that the U.S. law enforcement is going after foreign governments or agents who are harassing American citizens or permanent residents on our soil.
So, Commissioner Turkle, if you'll permit me, let me make this a bit more personal. You are a Uyghur, correct? And you actually were, I believe, born into one of the camps. Have you personally experienced this sort of attempt to intimidate you while you've been here in the United States?
I was born in a captivity at the height of the Cultural Revolution nearly 5 decades ago. I thought that when I left China, came to the United States about 25 years ago, my involvement or my being subject to Chinese harassment, discrimination, mistreatments were over. But it's still dragging to this day. I have not seen my mother, who brought me to this world since my law school graduation in 2004. It's been 16 years. And I don't know if I will see her again. My parents and I only spent 11 months since I left China 25 years ago, which in of itself speaks volumes. That I cannot let my parents enjoy their lives, especially in the last 2-3 years. They have gone through extreme difficulties because of this disconnect that was resulting from the technology-aided repression of the Chinese government, by the Chinese government of the Uyghur people. I have not personally experienced direct harassment by the Chinese authorities, but I do know for a fact that several individuals that I have represented in the United States through some immigration process have told me that they have been subject to direct and indirect harassment, intimidation, in some instances, recruitment by the Chinese government to be informant.
So Commissioner Turkle, to be practical, you've asked for, you called for the President of the United States to use this new act and to impose sanctions on China. Do you have real hopes that sanctions on China will change its behaviors? Because as you described, this has been going on a very long time. It is deep-seated, and we have a complicated relationship with China. There are various things that we would like them to do or not do, and we haven't been very successful at getting them to change their behavior yet.
I'd like to believe that U.S. governments continue speaking out. Hopefully others will join the effort. Will force the Chinese to change their behavior. One of the main reasons that China has not changed its behavior, or forced to change its behavior, because of the silence by America's traditional allies. The United States government should not be the only government speaking out against the Chinese crimes. The countries in Europe that have survived Nazi Germany, fascism, should join the effort. And also, there are two things affects the Chinese government's behavior. One, how they're being perceived in the international community. Continue to call them out for their behaviors, as Secretary Pompeo has done, can be very effective. And two, the economic interest. With this kind of sanction, the legal tools that the administration has in its disposal, along with other governments around the world that have similar legal tools, such as Global Magnitsky Act, should implement it. At the end of the day, the governments pay attention to your grievances, your criticism, or your concerns when their economic interest is affected negatively. The Chinese has not felt the pain yet. So in order to force them to change their behavior, we have to make them realize that they cannot continue to use Uyghur lives as a tool for their laboratory for testing technology and also polluting the global supply chain. Finally, just quickly, the products that the Americans and Europeans and others are buying, if it's a cotton product, it's highly possible has been produced by forced Uyghur labor.
Interesting. Thank you so very much. Really good to have you with us. That is Nuri Turkle of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. And now it's time for a market check, and for that we go to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, David Weston. Here's what's going on. Technology driving stocks higher on this back-to-work Monday. In fact, NASDAQ is at a record. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.9%. Year-to-date column there catching my eyes. For the year-to-date, NASDAQ 100 up 15.6%. NASDAQ, by comparison, up 11.8%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing today as investors continue to bet on companies with strong balance sheets and better prospects in an economy where work from home remains part of the norm. Adobe, Amazon, Square, all trading at records. Right now, the S&P up 15, a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 101, up by 0.4%. NASDAQ up 81, higher by 0.8%. 10 years down 132nd with a yield of 0.69%. Gold up 0.7%, 17.55 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 0.7%, holding about $40 a barrel, 40.04 right now on WTI. Again, recapping here, equities are advancing. A tech rally underway. S&P up 15, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pella. From New York, this is Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. We want to dig a bit further into what Charlie just told us about, with equity markets up, led particularly by NASDAQ. And to take us through it all, we welcome now senior editor and lead blogger for Markets Live, Michael Regan. So, Mike, thanks so much for being with us. What's your take on what's happening today? The markets heads seem to be a bit hesitant. They're not sure whether they like the economy coming back or they're scared of the virus.
You know, David, I think it's both, and I think you're absolutely right that there's a hesitancy in the market to sort of determine what the leadership should be in this environment. I mean, I think it's a good thing for bulls to see that the market is up today, that it's remaining, at pretty high levels valuation-wise. But there is that sort of push and pull between the leadership. Today, it seems like investors are focusing